is me acapella. Wisdom G, I'm manifesting, understanding, understood. So there's no need for I keep you guessing. Follow me now.
Skin tone darker than night crawler, all on the mic, hogging it for see you right off it. Dip through the city with enemy eyes on me, picking this fight costly, killing you quite softly. They on my heels like Carolina Torres, but I'm faster than the flashing camera light barbers. Quicker than hand-eye coordination with fly swatters, dodging bullets from 9 marksmen while I'm light jogging, spitting that slick-ish and calling your bluff. You all salty, your bras calling me buff. Your chicks in love, but I don't pay you no attention, cuz I ain't no saver. This is Marley Moore. I'm strong-arming all of y'all like Tommy Hearns did Marty Marr. First I charm, then I harm. It's like camouflage army garb. It's all a part of the game that I call being slick. You call it game, it's a gift. How I spit, how I get what I get. It's just that I'm slick. You think you slick, little bit, just quick with the wit. That's it, I'm slick. Don't stop, don't quit. So sick how I spit what I spit. It's just that I'm slick. So slick, that's it, that's it, that's it. Thick lips bigger than inner tubes, and when I spit it through them, the ladies get in the mood.
What move?
The mood to move and groove. This music's like swimming pools in June.
Cool.
But I thought you knew.
Well, I do.
Well, quit acting brand new to the rules. Quit acting like you glued to the stool. Stand up, then move them shoes through the room. Slide to the slippery ish and get slick like chicken grease dripping from fingertips. That's all and that's it. Girl, shake them hips when I say and don't try to act slick. Slick, 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 slick. Too sick, too swift, too elusive, too slick. You call it game, it's a gift how I spit, how I get what I get. It's just that I'm slick. You think you slick, little bit, I'm just quick with the wit. That's it, I'm slick. Don't stop, don't quit. So sick how I spit what I spit. I'm just so slick, so slick. That's it, that's it, that's it. Woo! Rockin' to the rhythm, keep dancing to the rhythm, moving to the rhythm. Keep riding to the rhythm, keep rapping to the rhythm. Haircut, get busy one time. Slick, slick, get on stop. Come on! Can't follow me, dog.
The rebirth the six like my gangster stroll.
Once again. You call it game, it's a gift.
Not a game, this shit.
Oh, so you think you slick.
When this is playing, you can't get stumped.
Don't stop, don't quit.
Don't stop, don't quit.
That's it, that's it, that's it, that's it.
Hey, your girl a feminist, my girl traditional, my girl conservative, your girl a liberal, your girl got OnlyFans, my girl ain't sending news, your girl can't cook, my girl can do it in the kitchen too. Hey, this one for the homemakers. Hey, this one for the homemakers. Hey, dancing through a homemaker. Hey, this one for the homemakers. Hey, this gon' be your wifey favorite song. You providing that work, and she take care of the home. And she homeschooling, teaching your children what's right or wrong. Instead of letting the government turn them into clones. Hey, 2 parents working and who raising the children. Indoctrination programs is where you choosing to send them. And I know it's not on purpose, but let's look at it different. And please think about it first before you get in your feelings. Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? They the culture changers. They the culture makers. She the queen, she the teacher, she the chef and baker. When you do it God's way, then he gon' show you favor. Hey, Proverbs 31:30 type of woman. 1 Timothy 2:9 type of woman. She not a Jezebel, you see those that start running. God way of the highway, that's just how we coming. Hey, your girl a feminist, my girl traditional, my girl conservative, your girl a liberal, your girl got OnlyFans, my girl ain't sending news, your girl can't cook, my girl can do it in the kitchen too. Hey, this one for the homemakers. Hey, this one for the homemakers. Hey, dancing through a homemaker. Hey, this one for the homemakers.
My girl is chill, your girl is drama. My girl is sober, your girl on marijuana. My girl submit and you married to your mama. My girl is so content, bro, your girl a prima donna. I need that put me on the throne type of woman. That never withhold talking that grown type of woman. That taking care of business when I'm gone type of woman. That greet you the door when I come home type of woman. Learn how to cook, that's the way to his heart. Don't bicker with the man, gotta pray and be smart. Let the man lead, I'll always stay when it's hard. And he'll treat you like a queen, he'll light the way in the dark. Look, my girl is modest, yo girl is... My girl the hottest, yo girl a mutt. My girl the calmest, and your girl is a nut. I must be honest, bro, your girl kinda sucks.
Hey, your girl a feminist, my girl traditional. My girl conservative, your girl a liberal. Your girl got OnlyFans, my girl ain't sending news. Your girl can't cook, my girl can do it in the kitchen too. Hey, this one for the homemakers. Hey, this one for the homemakers. Hey, dance if you a homemaker. Hey, this one for the homemakers. 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 This one for the homemakers.
One, two. 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Saw that Tucker Carlson did a live, it looks like, on X. I'm going to check it out. Have not seen a second of it yet. I have seen some mumblings and grumblings. Let's check it out.
They has a
There will be interruptions. If you want no interruptions, go to Tucker Carlson's website.
Hey, I'm Tucker Carlson. Last week, within just really minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot at that event in Utah, a kind of proxy war broke out over his memory. Who gets to own it? Who gets to use it? While the rest of us were still reeling in shock, trying to figure out what happened. A ton of people appeared online, not just in this country, to tell you exactly what happened, exactly what it meant, and exactly what we should do next. And you can see why. With this level of emotion, rage, and grief in the air, it's pretty wise to leverage that much energy. It's almost like nuclear power. It can be used for good or bad. And a lot of people wanted to use it. There's no question about that. So they begin telling you, Charlie died for this, he lived for this, and he died for that. So the crazier reaches of the left, it was Charlie was a Nazi. And the lesson is Nazis get killed. It makes sense. He was a bad guy who got what he deserved. And a lot of them said that out loud. Certain parts of the right immediately told you that actually this was about something completely different. You know, Charlie died for Israel. Many began to say the prime minister of Israel said that, and so did a lot of other people. Charlie was a defender of Israel, which he was, by the way, and therefore he died for that cause. But none of these explanations, all self-serving, are really satisfactory. They don't capture who Charlie Kirk was, and on some basic level, they're dishonest. Charlie was not a Nazi. He was not killed because he was a Nazi. Yes, he was a defender of Israel. He didn't die for Israel, however. Why did he die? What was his life about? What was the sin, the core sin that Charlie Kirk committed against somebody, power, that got him killed in the end? And the answer is right in front of us, certainly those of us who knew him. Charlie's life was defined by his Christian faith, not his religious faith, not his spirituality, but his belief in Jesus, his life as a Christian. Everything in his life flowed from those beliefs. Everything he did, said, and believed came from the fact that he was, above all, a Christian. And that is and was, and in fact has always been, deeply provocative and offensive to the rest of the world. And why is that? It's worth thinking about it for just a second. Christianity doesn't seem like the kind of religion that would provoke people to anger and violence. In fact, it seems just the opposite. It's the world's most profoundly nonviolent religion, maybe the world's only truly nonviolent religion, a religion based on a man who Christians believe was also God, who, as he was being led away to be tortured to death on made-up charges, scolded one of his disciples for fighting back. This is a religion committed to love above all and to living in peace and harmony, truly. It's a universalist religion that believes that every person has a shot at heaven. It's not exclusionary at all. And so you would think it would make sense that if you're a government or if you're in power, that you'd want a lot of Christians living in your country because they're not going to cause massive problems. Not a lot of sincere Christians are fomenting insurrection at any given moment. Pretty much none, most of the time. They're tidy, they get married, they love their children, they pay their taxes, they're commanded to pay their taxes. So why wouldn't you want a nation full of Christians? Why wouldn't you encourage this religious belief, even if it wasn't yours? Why would you hate it? Well, there are a couple of reasons. There are a couple of things about Christianity, and these were evident throughout Charlie's public life, that are deeply provocative to the people in power. And the first is the insistence that Christianity comes with inherently that you are not God. You are not God, and neither are your leaders. God is God, and all of us stand before him in the end to be judged, and all of us will be found lacking. Christians believe the only way to heaven is through Jesus. That's the only way.
This is difficult to watch from the standpoint of I'm not going to get into the whole Tucker's a Fed and that whole battle, but the targets that Tucker, and we know who the big target is, but Nick Fuentes, but the target he chose doesn't align with what he's espousing now. And the target he chose is consistent every time I hear him. So this isn't about that whole situation, but for me, it's hard to ignore that while listening to this. I'm almost like, Tucker, I just don't buy it. But it's bigger than that, but it's hard to ignore.
But all of us, whether we believe in Jesus or not, are fallen. We are sinners. We are less than we ought to be. We are not gods, and neither are the people who lead us. And this has a lot of implications. The first being, if you're not God, you don't get to do whatever you want. There are limits. There are rules that you didn't write that you have to abide by. That's not a judgment. That's a statement of fact. Some call it natural law. It's been the basis of every functioning society since the beginning of time. But the basis of our society is the Christian understanding of justice, which flows from that belief. You are not God. God is. He writes the most basic rules. You abide by them, period. That's the basis of our law. That's the basis of Western law. And that is a threat, a challenge to people who would ignore the limits on their behavior, very much including our leaders and very much including the most powerful people in our society, whether they're elected or not. Nobody wants to be told you're not allowed to do something. And Christianity inherently tells people that. It doesn't judge them. It just states it clearly. No, you do not have the power to kill except possibly in self-defense.
We're seeing, I don't know if this is where it's going, but it almost sounds like he's getting closer to the JQ here, believe it or not. This is my first time seeing it, and maybe it's just me because that's where I'm at, but he kept saying that Christians, we believe that we're not God. And there is that confusion with Jews that they believe they have a special relation. They're special. They have a special relationship with God. That the Torah are the laws of God. They feel like they are God's children. And to me, I don't know where he's going to go, but that's my thought. Like he's coming out pretty hard here. We'll see where it goes.
But you can't just go killing people. And you can't go killing people because, and this is the second thing about Christianity that tends to set the teeth of the powerful on edge. Christianity insists that every human being is created by God, every single one. And that means that every human being has a soul, a distinct, unique soul created by God. It is, once again, the only true universalist faith there is. And the New Testament is the story of this, an underread collection of books. That is not the story of the Old Testament. It is very much the story of the New Testament. In the New Testament, all people are God's chosen, every single one. And the story itself makes that point. The founder of most Christian churches in the early Near East was a former Pharisee, a Jew who was in charge of killing Christians.
Yo, let's stop this for a second. I haven't chatted with Jordan Lott, longtime friend of the show. Jordan, you found the show, even though it's a different name now. Appreciate you. I'm doing a rare stream in the evening here in Mountain Time. Yo, brother libertarian, what's up, bro? Jordan Lott bringing that energy he always does, but this is crazy. Jordan Lott says, I was at the Charlie Kirk event at UVU in Utah. It was chaos and insane. Everything has been on the news since. It's so crazy. I can't believe I heard the gunshot. Wow, bro. Number one, just prayers up that you're good, you're alive. I know that obviously that it looked like there was one target involved, but man, you never know. That's crazy. So man, Jordan Lott, breaking news, Jordan Lott was at the event. Wow. Let's get back to Tucker.
Until he famously met Jesus on the road to Damascus. His name was Saul. It became Paul, and he is the most prolific author in the New Testament and the basis of a lot of Christian theology. And his life tells the story. People can change no matter what they look like, no matter what they previously believed, no matter where they're from, no matter what language they speak, because they are created by God in every...
I will say, this is the Tucker I've missed. I don't know if he's doing this on his channel behind paywalls or what, but I like the Tucker that had, and it doesn't seem like he has a script. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is the Tucker when he did segments. His segments were really good, really well constructed. I've broken down his segment structure just to analyze it because I'm like, damn, this is so. How does he keep viewers for a 15-minute, 20-minute segment captivated on every word? And he had a formula for his segments, which was really good. This feels like old school Tucker right here. No guests. I think he brings on guests later, but that's what he used to do. He used to do the segment, then bring on guests. Old school Tucker. Okay. I see you, sir.
Every person, every single person, whether you like them or their relatives or the way they look or not, has that chance because all were created by God and all were loved by God. That is the basis of Christianity. That's the Christian story. And so a sincere Christian proceeds with that belief. There is no tribalism in Christianity. There is no identity politics.
Bars.
It's the opposite. You may prefer to be with people who look like you. That's fine. But God doesn't prefer to be with people who look like you. God prefers to be with all people because he created all people.
Bars.
He's the God of the universe, not just of the people you like.
I hate that I have to hate Tucker. I mean, I don't want to, and you can say you don't have to hate anybody, but you go at certain people, then I have to look at you sideways. But I mean, Tucker has some bars, man. He's a good orator. I never said he wasn't.
And that, again, has massive implications for the way that sincere Christians live and the way that Charlie Kirk lived his life. And the first is, if other people have souls, if they, like you, were created by God, then they have freedom of conscience. You can tell them what they ought to think, but you can't make them. You can tell them what they ought to say, but you can't force them. Christianity does not convert by the sword. It can't. It requires free will, and it requires free will because it respects the individual conscience emanating from the distinct soul of every human being. And that is why in the West, which is based on Christianity, our civilization is a Christian civilization, tattered though it currently is.
This is interesting. I know I'm off topic, but I'm just off the dome. It's weird because I don't think he's scripted, and I haven't seen him do that a lot. It's interesting. There's other people or one person that is not scripted that can go off the top, and it's very well done. I think Tucker should go back to this format. I haven't seen him do this a lot. I don't think he is on a script here.
Collective punishment, hurting people for the sins of their relatives, is unthinkable. It's a crime because each person will stand alone as he was made before God. And every person is equal before God, fundamentally. Doesn't mean each person is equal in his ability. It doesn't mean each person is equal in the choices he makes. Of course not. But it means that every person is a human being with a divine spark inside. That is the core assumption of Christianity. And it was obvious when you watch Charlie Kirk that he believed that. Charlie's been famously quoted for the last couple of days saying he abhors anti-Semitism. That is absolutely right. And he did. He said that in public, and he said it very often in private. He meant it too. But he abhorred racism and bigotry on the basis of genetics of all kinds because he was a Christian. And he believed that God created each person. Now, why is this a problem for temporal authorities? Why is it a problem for the people in power? Because once again, it circumscribes what they can do. It sets a limit on their powers. If God created each person, including the infuriating, annoying, disastrously wrong person I'm talking to, then I can't force him to repeat my creed. I'm not in charge of his conscience. Only he is. And that is a limit. So when Charlie Kirk said, I believe in free speech, he didn't simply believe in free speech because it was in the Bill of Rights.
Yep.
He understood that it was in the Bill of Rights because it's in the New Testament. He understood that's a right that comes from God, bestowed on all of
it. We got the New Testament. Okay.
At birth.
Just say it, Tucker. Just come out, man. Say what you got to say, man. Say it with your chest, bro.
Earth. And he felt his job, his duty, was not simply to protect it, but to live it, to show people what that looks like. And I just want to play, of the many clips we could play of Charlie Kirk on college campuses, he spent his whole life worn out most of the time. As an older man, I often said to him, how the hell do you get on plane after plane after plane? But he felt an evangelical duty, small e evangelical duty to do it, to get out there and talk to people. Why? Not simply to build a coalition or get this or that person elected, but because he believed as a Christian that convincing people voluntarily with words, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So the Gospel of John begins. Words are the key to winning people's minds and their souls. And he really meant this. He wasn't just repeating the words. He meant it. And it was obvious in the way that he interacted with people who disagreed with him and people who hated him. Here's one clip that tells part of the story.
Yeah, this is when I talked about the censorship or trying to get people fired from their jobs as Jewish behavior. Tucker basically is saying that without saying it. That's what he just did right there. We know the backdrop of what everybody's discussing and arguing. That's basically what Tucker said without saying it.
Would you want someone who is not necessarily stable or ready to bring a child into this world?
Okay. I'm gonna preemptively, guys, we're trying to stay on topic, okay? Don't get off topic. I discipline, fellas.
Provide that child the life it deserves. Would you want them to still bring that child into this
Without
world?
a doubt. Every life has a moral obligation to be able to live.
If I can't give that child the life it deserves, why am I bringing it to...
Got it. No, this will be my last question. I want you to think about it. If a single mom has two 2-year-olds, twins, and she wakes up one day and says, I can't do it anymore. I can't give them the life they deserve.
But that's just not the circumstance.
Hold on. Should she be able to take out a shotgun and kill both those kids?
No.
Of course not, because you think that would be objectionable. That's why I think it's objectionable to eliminate 2 babies that are 6 weeks old, because they're morally the same thing. One just happens to be bigger. One just happens to be older. One just happens to be outside of the womb. They're both human beings. And you have something in you that says, no way is it okay to kill a 2-year-old. That's called your soul talking.
You have
It was a great clip. Yeah, Charlie had a ton of great. He had some bad ones too, of course, but a great clip.
something in you that tells you the truth. You can call it instinct if you like. Charlie Kirk referred to it as the soul, but both mean the same thing. You have the spark of the divine, God's spark inside you, and it reacts, it hums, it vibrates like a tuning fork. And you know on a basic animal level, like your dog knows, when something is wrong. You can feel it. And the whole purpose of modern society, it seems sometimes, is to get the rest of us to ignore what we know.
Yep.
That vibration inside us that tells us the truth. Always, it never lies to us.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie did not ignore that. And you'll notice that in the end, he appealed to it with that young woman. He didn't scream, "You're a murderer," in his face, though he considered abortion murder, which it is. He felt that deeply. This wasn't a performance. He wasn't, another nonprofit phony in D.C. feigning outrage about something. He really believed that taking innocent life was wrong in the womb or in crowded cities, anywhere. He thought it was wrong because his faith tells him it's wrong and because his conscience confirms that belief. And so does yours, and so did hers. So did all of ours. We know when something is wrong. And the people above us shouted us, "No, really, there's an explanation for it. That's just your super ego barking at you." No. You know in your heart, deep inside, what every person has known, and that is the murder of innocence is a crime. It's a moral crime. And that girl knew it. And in the end, that was Charlie's appeal. Listen to that divine spark inside you. Listen to your soul speak to you. Turn off the music, get off the drugs, push the distractions, which it's hard to believe aren't actually designed to crowd out that humming inside us. And be still for a moment and accept what you already know, what you were born knowing. Listen to that. Only someone who appreciates the person he's speaking to as an actual human being could speak that way. Notice how rare that is. It's been noted in the past couple of days, Charlie was a free speech champion. Absolutely he was. And I pray that that's his legacy. But I also think it's important to explain why that mattered to him. It was not abstract in any sense. It was central. It was the core. Because consider what it means if you don't respect free speech, which is another way of saying free conscience, the right of other people.
This, to my knowledge, was recorded live just a couple hours ago is when it started or so. And this is a clear diss at, well, I'm kind of getting tired. We'll see where this goes. I am getting tired of the sneak disses, man. Just say what you need to say too, bro. I mean, if you want to start out with the free speech and all that, you got to close it with naming names, being more direct. I mean, what is this? That's how it started out with other people he's had beef with. Bruh, like, if you're going to show courage after, in the wake of Charlie Kirk being assassinated, we can do poetry, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to name some names. There's not a movement that exists that I'm familiar with that's afraid to say somebody's name. I don't care if it's Trump. I mean, it can't be Bondi because that's just so stupid. It's Donald Trump's responsibility. If Donald Trump agrees or disagrees, this is in the wake, if you haven't heard, of Pam Bondi basically saying there's a such thing as hate speech. Basically the same thing as the now deceased Sheila Lee wanted to pass a bill on hate speech. A Democrat, the same exact take. Donald Trump didn't disagree with it. I don't know if he fully came out and agreed with it because he knows how stupid it is, but he didn't disagree when asked. And that's what I think that's what he's talking about here. And in regards to, could be in regards to the right trying to cancel people, getting them fired from their jobs. I don't know, but that's what it feels like. And I don't have a problem up to this point unless, and there's 2 hours left, I don't have a problem if he later on gets more specific. I don't want to hear about the damn left. I don't want to hear about a damn globalist. I don't want to hear these generalized, Charlie was for free speech. He's laying it out beautifully, but it will not land for me without some more. You can do it creative. These guys are creative, better writers than me. Do it in a creative way, but it's got to be crystal clear.
people to make up their own minds about the basic questions of what is right or wrong and to express their views on those issues. If you don't acknowledge the right of other people to do that, and if you take steps to prevent them from doing that, what are you really saying? You're really saying, I don't think you have a soul. I think you're a meat puppet I can control. I think you're an animal, maybe sub-animal. You're a slave. You're a person to whom I can dictate belief. I don't acknowledge that you have the right to come to your own conclusion is another way of saying I don't acknowledge that you're a human being. It's dark. There's nothing darker than that. And trust me, they believe it, the ones who've thought about it. And there are a lot of those. But for a lot of people, particularly those who are just repeating what they think they should say or responding to the momentary rage of the moment, they just throw stuff out. And we've got to hope that the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, is in that category.
There we go.
She said this just yesterday. Watch.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
And now we need to talk about Trump. I don't want to hear anything about Pam Bondi.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. This is the Attorney General of the United States, the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States, telling you that there is this other category called hate speech. And of course, the implication is that's a crime. There's almost no sentence that Charlie Kirk, and I'm not running the risk of appropriating his memory for my own ends by saying this, it's provable. There's no sentence that Charlie Kirk would have objected to more than that. And you've got to think the Attorney General didn't think it through and was not attempting to desecrate the memory of the person she was purporting to celebrate, that she just threw that out there, that she hadn't thought about it. You hope that. You hope that Charlie Kirk's death won't be used by a group we now call bad actors to create a society that was the opposite of the one he worked to build.
Who are the bad actors?
Hope that. You hope that a year from now, the turmoil we're seeing in the aftermath of his murder won't be leveraged to bring hate speech laws to this country. And trust me, if it is, if that does happen, there is never a more justified moment for civil disobedience than that, ever. And there never will be. Because if they can tell you what to say, they're telling you what to think. There is nothing they can't do to you. Because
okay, no Trump named, and there is only one group of people in this country pushing to the utter limits of trying to squash free speech, basically the whole Bill of Rights. There's only one group that's really, really putting a lot of money, effort into lobbying and getting that done. I know he's not going to go there, but he's got to name Trump.
they don't consider you human. They don't believe you have a soul. A human being with a soul, a free man, has a right to say what he believes, not to hurt other people, but to express his views. And by the way, that thinking, and not to pile on the Attorney General, who's a very nice person, but that thinking that she just articulated on camera there is exactly what got us to a place where some huge and horrifying percentage of young people think it's okay to shoot people you disagree with, to kill Nazis for saying things they don't like. Why do they believe that? How did we get here? Is it the video games? Is it the SSRIs? Yeah, probably. But what it really is 12 and then 16 years of indoctrination in our schools at the hands of people who tell them that, who say exactly what the attorney.
Yeah, but then also I think he will get there, maybe in a roundabout way. But the right, because he's breaking it down to the right and left, to speak his language, and many of you all breaking it down to the right or left, many people, not you all, just everybody's doing it. Is the right going to be introspective to this? So the left celebrates Charlie Kirk. Some college students I saw desecrating memorials for Charlie Kirk. Why isn't the right more introspective here? Why is that the reaction? Everything I hear is the blame on these young people. Well, a lot of their parents were conservatives. We have to take responsibility for our whole society. Everyone's responsible here. So he's going to get into it later, I believe, because I think I've seen some clips talking about it. But when you promote or look the other way, or you're okay with murder. I haven't heard Tucker Carlson criticize Donald Trump for supporting murder. So I don't want to hear him criticize a college student who pisses on Charlie Kirk's memorial. It's the same thing. It's, I would say, cheering on, supporting, and Charlie and Tucker himself does not support this. But I haven't seen him criticize. So you're going to criticize a 20-year-old blue-haired troon or something, but you're not going to criticize Donald Trump for his support of murder? I don't have time for that. You've got two people you can criticize. One you've never criticized, ever. Not in that manner. And then you're going to get all riled up over the 20-something-year-olds that probably mostly conservatives raised or we share a society with. They're kids. Yeah, kids are supposed to rebel anyway. What did we do wrong? What could we have done better? And that's not even to blame me or us. It's just to look at the big picture. I'm tired of all the blame on the 18-year-old, the 20-year-old, the 22-year-old. Why are they like this? They see their future. They know they're not going to be able to. Best case scenario, on average, well, I shouldn't say best case. On average, they'll be 38 years old before they buy their own home. Does that play a role? They see that. It's a whole lot of things. And Tucker talks about that, but he does not aim. Why are we talking about 18-year-olds? Or 22 or 24 or 25. They're under 30. Half of them are gay. Whose fault is that? It's their fault? Oh, it's the teacher's fault. Who raised them? So I want to go a little bit deeper than that. I hope Tucker's good here, so I'm hoping he gets deeper than this whole Matt Walsh bullshit take about blaming the LGBTQ terrorists for Charlie Kirk's death. What? What does that mean? What is the LGBTQ terrorist? What is that?
General just said, well, there's free speech, which of course we all acknowledge is important, so important. But then there's this thing called hate speech. Hate speech, of course, is any speech that the people in power hate, but they don't define it that way. They define it as speech that hurts people, speech that is tantamount to violence. And we punish violence, don't we? Of course we do.
In that clip with Pam Bondi, she brought up anti-Semitism.
They've been taught that every year of their lives. And so naturally, most of them believe it. When Charlie Kirk is shot in the throat with a 30-06 on camera, I doubt very many young Americans want to see something like that or actually applaud the death of a man, a father, a husband. But they've been told for their entire lives in schools exactly what Pam Bondi just told them. Well, there's free speech, but then there's also hate speech, and woe to those who engage in it because it's a crime. That's a lie. And it's a lie that denies the humanity of the people you're telling it about. And so any attempt to impose hate speech laws in this country, and trust me, there are a lot of people who would like them. There are a lot of people who'd like to codify their own beliefs by punishing those under the U.S. Christianity insists that and Charlie's views on foreign policy, which the United States telling you that there is this other category called hate speech, and of course the implication is that's a crime. There's almost no sentence that Charlie Kirk, and I'm not running the risk of appropriating his memory for my own ends by saying this, it's 16 years of indoctrination in our schools at the hands of people who tell them that, who say exactly what the Attorney General just said. Well, there's free speech, which of course we all acknowledge is important, so important. But then there's this thing called hate speech. Hate speech, of course, is any speech that the people in power hate, but they don't define it that way. They define it as speech that hurts people, speech that is tantamount to violence. And we punish violence, don't we? Of course we do. They've been taught that every year of their lives. And so naturally, most of them believe it. When Charlie Kirk is shot in the throat with a 30-06 on camera, I doubt very many young Americans want to see something like that or actually applaud the death of a man, a father, a husband. But they've been told for their entire lives in schools exactly what Pam Bondi just told them. Well, there's free speech, but then there's also hate speech, and woe to those who engage in it because it's a crime. That's a lie. And it's a lie that denies the humanity of the people you're telling it about. And so any attempt to impose hate speech laws in this country, and trust me, there are a lot of people who would like them. There are a lot of people who'd like to codify their own beliefs by punishing those under the U.S. code who disagree with their beliefs. Any attempt to do that is a denial of the humanity of American citizens and cannot be allowed under any circumstances. That's got to be the red line. Because again, when they can do that, what can't they do? And this is something, by the way, that Charlie thought about a lot and that I had occasion to talk to him about a lot. And I really don't want to make any of this about me because it has nothing to do with me. But I did have reason to have these conversations with Charlie a lot, many, many times over the past 3 or 4 months. And this began at an event that he held in Florida in July, the TPUSA MFest event, Turning Point event. I often go. I always have the best time. I always see Charlie ahead of time. We have a cup of coffee in a hotel room. We talk about what's going on. In addition to being, of course, a conservative advocate, he was also a conservative organizer and a coalition builder, and he was very involved in politics in a way that I'm not, so it was interesting as hell. But it was also a way to learn what young people are thinking about, talking about, because he was on college campuses all the time, and what is the state of a couple of big debates that are happening within the Republican coalition, particularly around foreign policy. And Charlie's views on foreign policy, which I think are fairly well known now, a lot of people lying about them, were evolving, but had really evolved. And who knows why he reached the conclusions he did. I think his Christian faith informed them mostly. It was also the experience of talking to young people. And his views were very much like theirs. He believed that the war on terror had been a net loss for the United States, and it caused incalculable damage, not just economic and physical damage, but spiritual damage to the United States. It was bad. We got nothing out of it. We were only hurt. And he didn't want to see that again. And he felt very strongly about that.
Wasn't that the promise of Trump in 2015?
And of course, I agreed. And so before that speech that I gave in July, we had a conversation about this backstage right before I went on. And I was fulminating and getting all red in the face like I often do, to my shame. And I was mad thinking about this and thinking about the effort by the neocons in the United States to draw us in to another forever war with Iran. It's not a defense of Iran, of course. It's merely an acknowledgement that we've done this before. This happened in Iraq.
The neocons. Okay.
Which we entered into at the behest of those same foreign policy strategists, and it didn't work. And so I was going on at some length backstage with Charlie, and I said, probably not going to talk about that. I'm not going to torture you. I know your donors hate this when I say that. And also Epstein was in the news, and it was clear to me that, Epstein's probably not like a Mossad agent or something, but Epstein clearly had contact with Israeli intelligence and American intelligence and French intelligence, but the only one you're not allowed to talk about is Israeli intelligence. But it seemed true to me, and I had done some work on that. And I knew a bunch of people pretty close to that story. So
he's not Mossad, but he had contacts with Israeli intelligence. What kind of take is that? Oh, no, of course, he's not Mossad. He just had contacts with the Israeli intelligence. What is the distinction we're trying to make there? I'm confused.
So I thought that, and I said that to Charlie, and I said, but I'm not going to say that because I don't want to make your donors mad. I know it's just going to be like an endless flurry of text telling you to stop or you're going to lose a bunch of funding. And he looked at me, I'll never forget it, and said, go all the way. Do it. Go all the way. I said, man, a lot of things I can talk about. I don't need to talk about that. And he said, do it. So I did it.
Man. Candace Owens has been kind of off her. She hurt her credibility. So when she talked about it, a lot of people didn't believe her. I believed her 100%. Because I've gone back and forth I've been on Candace Owens's, supporter, and then I've disliked her because she's petty and she's a woman. She acts like a woman, so she'll do stupid woman type, And I don't mean that as a disrespect to women, just they play mind games and stuff. And I'm like, man, I can't do it with her anymore. And then, oh, she's good again. I'm out on her. But the reason I bring that up is I can tell when she's on point and when she's not. I can tell just by looking at her, because I've watched her over the years so often. And when she was talking about Charlie Kirk, she was saying the same thing that Tucker's saying right here. And who knows who's right or wrong, but I know these aren't trustworthy people, but you had the Max Blumenthal, you had Harrison Smith, who's much more trustworthy, Candace Owens, others. Megyn Kelly is going to be on this live. Tucker Carlson. I'm sorry, and I know Nick I think Nick disagreed with that. We'll see what Nick Fuentes says in his stream tonight. He might be going live shortly. Who knows? He might be live now if he's on time. See what he's saying on that, because it was believable. All of it tracked for me. For Bill Ackman, a Jewish billionaire donor, from what I saw in the reaction, I'm always hesitant to say this because I don't read every effing tweet out there, but part of the take was Tucker went on the stage. He's talking about this is the July 11th through the 13th event. And so Tucker goes on the stage and he's going at Bill Ackman and associating him with, not me, him, paraphrasing, with Epstein and the Epstein list. And when Bill Ackman tried to debunk Candace Owens and retort this, he never acknowledged that I saw that he was upset at Charlie Kirk for allowing Tucker Carlson to call him out on the Epstein list. And that, we all know he was upset by that. I mean, for him not to acknowledge that, he didn't say he wasn't, but he didn't acknowledge, yeah, I was upset about that. That just threw his credibility out the window for me. So I don't really even care to argue who killed Charlie Kirk, because I'm never going to, people bring it up, I'm going to say, I don't believe this or I don't believe that, but I'm not really digging into that, because it's just, to dig into that is you have to trust the federal government and these clowns. I absolutely do not. And I don't need it. I don't need a discussion that's an unknown that I'm playing a guessing game on when I know factually what's happening after he's been unlived. Ben Shapiro hosted the show today, literally over his bloody mic on the show. Palantir hosted the show yesterday. Mr. Palantir, JD Vance. Look who wins. Oh, an incident happens. Look at this. Oh, Jews win again. That is not in dispute. So I don't need to talk about who killed him or not.
By the way, I think that conversation he had a mic on, and so did I, probably exists somewhere on somebody's server, but that's, I think, a faithful rendition of what he said. And by the way, I'm not trying to blame him for my remarks. You can agree or disagree with those remarks, but I'm saying this only because I was shocked and sickened by the reaction of the ghoulish and really repulsive reaction of the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charlie's death. Basically made it all about him and all about his country, immediately trying to take the energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's murder and redirect it towards support for whatever project he's involved in. And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is not the same as the nation of Israel at all. Bibi is despised by many people in Israel. And if you know people who live there, you know that that's true. There are huge divisions within the Israeli government. I mean, there are certain parts of the intel world in Israel that do not support some things that Benjamin Netanyahu has done recently. So it's not the same as attacking Israel, attacking Bibi, but I don't think I've ever seen anything lower than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue. Charlie didn't hate Jews. He loved Jews. He had tons of friends who were Jews. He loved the state of Israel. He loved going there. He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times, and he said it to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country.
I never heard Charlie say anything about Gaza. Did you all? I never heard it. I'm not saying Tucker's lying. I'm just saying it would have been nice to hear that.
By what was happening in Gaza?
He was what by what was happening in Gaza? You see, so Charlie Kirk, so let's assume that Tucker is right. I have no reason to assume he's not right. I think he is right. I believe him 100%. You see my problem here? If that's how Charlie Kirk really felt, and he didn't say it because he was collecting the shekels, there's no other reason why he wouldn't have said it. The shekels and obviously potentially breathing. He would like to continue breathing. Maybe that played a role too. If he would have said that, I don't think the reaction to his death would have been the same from those people we are now labeling as the far left. So Tucker, help me understand that. We are alive now, and maybe we should take that opportunity to say what we need to say. If we were to care, because Matt Walsh brought it up and said these ghouls are dancing on people's graves, whatever, doing all that. Well, Matt, if you are against Gaza killing innocent women and children, then you can't get mad at people dancing on your grave when you held that in, if that's your position. You never said anything. In fact, you work for one of the biggest ghouls that supports it. So you can't have it both ways.
Jews, he loved Jews. He had tons of friends who were Jews. He loved the state of Israel. He loved going there. He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times, and he said to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook, but that's a fact. And enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified in pretty short order. Not that it needs to be, because that is true. Shortly after that speech, there was a very intense attack on Charlie, and to some extent on me, not that I really noticed. But on him, I have no donors. He had $100 million worth of donors. And so, because he was involved in a different project from just yapping on the internet, which is what I do for a living, he was dependent to a great extent on his donors, of course. It's a nonprofit.
So I want to address this. A lot of people are saying this. Tone Jack, thanks for the comment, says, this is revisionist history already. Kirk was a super shill for Israel. So this just comes down to a he said. Tucker Carlson said right now, it's not me this time. I made the observation myself that Charlie Kirk was conflicted. This is Tucker Carlson saying that Charlie Kirk was conflicted. You either believe that or you don't. I absolutely believe it. Tone Jack, if you wanted to create the largest political action committee or network or organization to span all college campuses in the U.S. and to get donors amassing up over $100 million from when you started it and when you were 18 years old, about 13 years ago, to over $140 million in revenue, is my understanding. If you wanted to create a group that did that right now, if that was your goal, Tone Jack, you would be on your knees sucking off Israel. Otherwise, that's not your goal. Find a different goal. So if that's the truth, then I don't know who's right. You could be right, Tone Jack. But if Charlie Kirk is a political strategist, potentially even, who knows if he was like a Graper undercover type of subversive, it's very possible. But let's just say he had the beliefs Tucker said he had. He would suppress them because he wanted the money and the power. And then allegedly, Nick Fuentes said this, Ken Sowen said this, Max Blumenthal said this. The writer, I can't pronounce her name, or Riley Paul or whatever her name is, said it. Multiple people said it. I don't know if Charlie's going to confirm it or if Megan's going to confirm it. They said Charlie Kirk turned down $150 million. They said Benjamin Netanyahu came to Charlie Kirk and said, I'm going to give you, they don't ask that. They basically say, I'm going to give you, can you imagine somebody saying, that, walking up to you and saying, I'm going to give you $150 million. Now, keep in mind, to shill for Israel, Charlie Kirk probably would want $1.5 billion or more. But still think about this. Somebody comes up to you and says, doubling your revenue, over doubling your revenue, saying, I will give you $150 million. And your answer is no. What's the next step? We've talked about this, Tone Jack. So there's a lot. You can say you don't believe it, but I'm sorry, it all adds up. If somebody says, I'm giving you $150 million, and it's from that country that blew people up with pagers, one of the most disgusting, despicable countries ever to have existed, celebrates death, murder daily. They live off of the blood of killing their neighbors. That's how bad this country is. They'll unlive anybody they need to. And they come to you and say, we want to give you $150 million. And Charlie Kirk says, no, I'm good. What's the next step? It's not a good one. I can assure you of that.
And they went after him and tormented him. Not all, of course, many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a small variant.
I agree completely. Tone Jack says, quote, Kirk only started changing when his young base turned on him. I agree. And part of it could be strategic. I don't know. But he was definitely conflicted. I don't know what was in his heart. I do know there's enough evidence to say he was conflicted. He wasn't Brandon Officer Tatum. It's easy to see the people who are conflicted, and maybe Tatum is conflicted in his heart, but I don't have evidence. Charlie Kirk, we had plenty of evidence that he was conflicted. Was he far enough for me? No. But damn near nobody is. Nick Fuentes is a moderate to me in questioning the JQ, to be honest with you, which is not a knock on him. But yes, he did change because he was in tune with the youth. And he saw there ain't no shaking the youth off of this. If the youth think that you are celebrating, promoting, my money is going to murderers in another country, and I can't even afford a home until I'm 40, how do you shake the youth off of that take? There's no way to shake the youth off that take. So you've got to adapt. I guarantee you Charlie Kirk went to them and said, guys, this is 2025. And that could be part of the reason why Charlie Kirk didn't like Benjamin Netanyahu. A lot of these guys don't. Benjamin Netanyahu's an old school Bush, back in the day, weapons of mass destruction guy. They want a young guy. They want a young guy to put a pretty face on the murder at the very least. To act to somebody who looks like they have a human being that has a heart, at least. Benjamin Netanyahu is like just some dark villain. And the youth are never, it's not even right or left. The TPUSA youth, they don't rock with him. And you're absolutely right, Tone Jack. So Charlie Kirk's like, either I control the youth or rock with the youth, or I don't. And there is no changing the minds of the youth on this. It's impossible. You're not going to just magically change their mind. You can censor it. You can put an Israeli op to head TikTok. You can talk about hate speech. You can do all that stuff. All you're going to try and do is suppress it. But what people are going to believe what they're going to believe. And Charlie Kirk was trying to protect that. If Charlie Kirk didn't ride with the wave of the youth, then where's the youth going to go? They're already funneling to Nick Fuentes, to some other outlet where someone's going to talk about the damn truth. And that could have been the heart. Maybe Charlie Kirk didn't care too much either way on the Israeli issue and just said, just for me to maintain power, I'd rather maintain the youth than take $150 million from Israel. So there's many reasons why he could have been conflicted. I don't know what those reasons are, but I think it's pretty. Are we arguing that Charlie Kirk was conflicted? I know I haven't played a lot of the clips, and I should go get them, and maybe I'll do that. But are we really arguing that? He was obviously conflicted. Tone Jack says, great comments from Tone Jack, says he gets some credit for actually changing. I agree, but a true patriot will not take blood money. Yeah, nobody's perfect. I'm going to say Charlie Kirk did at the very least, he didn't take that $150 million. And who knows, maybe he paid with his life for that.
Intense group who tormented Charlie Kirk until the day he died. 2 days before he died, he lost a $2 million donation because he had publicly pledged to bring me to the next Turning Point conference in December. And he told me over the past couple of months that he was losing a lot of donations over that pledge. They put out a flyer basically saying that I was going to be at this event giving a speech. And so he would text me and say, man, I'm really taking a lot of heat for this, and people are really mad. The American Jewish Committee called in a statement Charlie Kirk an anti-Semite and, quote, dangerous. Charlie Kirk, an anti-Semite. He was not.
I'll say this. Matt Walsh is talking about trannies. Charlie Kirk is talking about the American Jewish Committee. One of those takes I have respect for, and the other one I don't. Woo!
An anti-Semite. He was the opposite, and he was not dangerous. He was a great lover of people and a purveyor of peace. He was the opposite, and he was very stung by that. Those of us who've been called names for a long time are a little bit harder to offend. Charlie was deeply offended by that and expressed some of those feelings on Megyn Kelly's show and in other places. But that did not let up. The reason I'm telling this story is because he called me and then came to see me at my house about this topic. And I said to him every single time, look, I've got my own way to communicate my views. This is actually not the most important issue to me. There are lots of things I can talk about. I don't need to come to Turning Point. I can take a year off, no problem. I hated seeing how much he was suffering, the hassle he was getting from people, and I was being attacked too. By the way, it was a huge effort. I wasn't fully aware of it, actually, because I don't go online that much, but there was a huge effort by people, some of whom I know and have helped, and like Seth Dillon at the Babylon Bee, for example. Someone who had his own problems with free speech, who was famously canceled. I like Seth Dillon. I had him on a couple of times. I had dinner with him to show support.
Respect. He's naming names.
Seth Dillon was out there demanding that Charlie Kirk take me off the roster, pull me off stage, because I had said things that Bibi didn't like or that he didn't like or whatever. Shocking that someone whose whole persona is wrapped up in the idea that we all get to speak, and if you don't like it, make a more compelling case, that person and many others like him were advocating for me getting pulled off the stage because they don't like what I'm saying. This is a trend, and one that we should be really concerned about. It's not just about Israel, by the way, at all. The trend is really simple. People with power don't want to hear disagreement. They don't want to be challenged, ever. That's why we have free speech, to acknowledge that even those of us or people with less power still have a right to talk because they're human beings. You don't own them. So time after time, Charlie would call me or come to see me and let me know, wow, or show me text messages. These people are really mad that you're speaking. And I would always have the same thought, like, I feel pretty moderate, actually. I've never been an Israel hater. Obviously, I'm not an anti-Semite. I just don't want more wars, and I don't want a foreign country humiliating my country and telling us what our laws have to be. I mean, this seems like pretty basic America First stuff, and he would say, I totally agree with you, but they want you off the stage. And I would always say, no problem. And he would say, no, it's important. It's a matter of principle. I want you to be there. Great. By the way, I'm not accusing anyone of being involved in that murder. I'm not trying to mutter darkly or imply anything.
I agree. He's not doing that. I'm not doing that. I do have questions. I do think there are suspects, but I'm not even getting into it.
There's a lot we don't know about who murdered Charlie and why, but I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But I think it's important to say that out loud because it's a fact, and there are many liars out there trying, Bibi Netanyahu, number one among them, shamefully, who are trying to distort the truth, a truth that I know and can prove. And the last thing I'll say about Charlie is that his views were changing on topics that had nothing to do with foreign policy, the famous kind of red line, third rail, can't talk about it. But it's possible that the subject that makes people even madder in Washington, New York, and LA than having non-conventional foreign policy views is having non-conventional economic views. Man, they really don't like that at all. And Charlie's views on economics and on the way that wealth is distributed in the United States were changing fast, really changing fast, and hardening. Not because he was a socialist, hardly. He was about as much of a socialist as I am, not at all. But because he lived here and he spent a lot of time with young people, and he couldn't help but notice, because he was an observant and honest person, that they're not thriving at all, and that the chances they'll have lives comparable to the ones they had growing up are very small. Most of them won't have houses. They won't own anything. They'll be in debt. And for that reason, they won't get married or have children. And so the people who are born here won't continue their legacy in the United States. It's the end of our civilization. And the root of a lot of this is spiritual, but the root is also economic. And it raises a question, a basic question of fairness. And I tried to address this in the speech that I gave for Charlie in July. I don't think I did a very good job, and it was misinterpreted, but I invoked Bill Ackman. And the point I was making had nothing to do with Bill Ackman being a criminal or even being an Epstein friend. I mean, I don't really know anything about that. I don't know much about, I'm not accusing Bill Ackman of a crime, and I'm not accusing him of, being a sex creep or a Mossad agent or anything like that. I don't think that. I don't know that for sure. And I wasn't trying to say it. What I was trying to say is that Bill Ackman is not creative, not particularly intelligent. Bill Ackman is worth $7 billion. So you have to ask, how? And
that is a fair depiction. It is odd to me, though. I haven't heard a response to Nick Fuentes, though. So I'm still going to, at some point, maybe I missed it. I don't know. This is off topic, but he's going to have to address that. Because now, this is a great stream for him, but his credibility is rough right now. He has more than Candace Owens, because emotionally he's more solid, but it's something that you can't unsee. And I think millions of people saw the Nick Fuentes stuff.
It seems to me that Bill Ackman is rich for the same reasons that a lot of other people I know are rich, because he's hyper aggressive and he's well connected. And my only point was, if you live in a society that awards the spoils to people on the basis of those two qualities, like the most aggressive, the best connected people get the richest, that's a dysfunctional society. There should be a reward for creativity and decency and hard work, steadfastness, following the rules. You should have to add to the sum total of your society, you'd think. It's not an argument against the free market. It's the argument against whatever we're living through right now. This is really dark and ugly. And if people like Bill Ackman are getting the richest, what has Bill Ackman done? Shorted the market or something? Talked down Herbalife? I mean, I'm not even saying that should be illegal. All I'm saying is, if that's one of the richest guys in your society, you've got a very sick society. I don't think Bill Ackman's like a drooling idiot or anything, but when was the last time you heard Bill Ackman say something constructive or creative? Never. So it's just bad. And it's not just about Bill Ackman, of course. He's just a minor player in the life of the world, but he's a kind of metaphor for how off track we've gone. And that doesn't seem like a socialist point. Once again, I'm hardly a socialist, and neither was Charlie Kirk. That seems
Who cares? So what if it were a socialist point? I'm not against socialism or communism. What do we have now? What is this called that we have now? Whatever that is, it ain't working. And Tucker's making the same argument I've been making. What's the moral foundation of the people who are running in charge? That matters way more than anything else.
Christian point. Fairness is at the root of the Christian story. People will be judged not by who their parents were or by how they look, but on their hearts, on themselves, on choices that they made. That's fair. So again, fairness is essential to the gospel, and it's essential to any working society. In a fair society, or a society that its citizens believe is fair, people will comply voluntarily with the rules because they don't think the game is rigged. But in a society in which Bill Ackman makes $7 billion, and like the smartest, hardest working, most interesting, creative young people you know can never own a home. In a society like that, you're going to get Mamdani as mayor. You're going to get a lot of bad things because people will opt out of the society because they know it's not fair, it's rigged. That's the only point I was trying to make. And Charlie, not surprisingly, made it much more eloquently, I thought, in an amazing interview, the last interview I did with him, late July of this year. Here's part of it.
We know how to create wealth, but we don't know how to create it for the generation that needs it most. If you look at the economic conditions, you would think the other conditions surrounding it are like abject poverty. These are the problems that like third world nations have.
I know.
Our young people can't afford stuff and they have to finance their basic necessities. And yet we're the wealthiest nation in the history of the world on the planet. We have a $37 trillion GDP. We have the greatest companies and we have all this stuff to brag about. And yet all of our problems would beg the question, and it's like this inherent contradiction. We're super wealthy on one side, like a powerhouse juggernaut, and we are like an economic nightmare on the other side. How did that happen?
Charlie Kirk has so many good, great clips. I used to play a lot of his clips actually back in the day. I used to do a lot of reactions to him. I used to listen to the War Room, Charlie Kirk, every single day. He has a ton. That interview was great with him, Tucker and Charlie. That was a really good interview.
So if there is such a thing as the left in the United States, if it still exists, you would think a message like that would at least get a hearing, a respectful hearing. Like, hey, what about wages? What about the ability of young people to just buy a little house with a little lawn in some subdivision? Like, what, isn't that kind of what they say they want? Empower, the most vulnerable, the people who try hard and play by the rules. They called him a Nazi. They didn't care that Charlie Kirk in real life spent his time trying to stop war, trying to, figure out how young people could buy a little house somewhere. Aren't those like left-wing goals? No, they didn't care at all. And in fact, they hated that because they're for war, because they're for death, because they're for the inequality he described, because it leads to a volatile society that empowers them, of course. They're not a check on power, the professional left, the trans community. They're the shock troops of power. Charlie Kirk was a check on power. Charlie Kirk, inspired by his Christian faith, stood up to people fearlessly to say what he thought was true. And for that, I will always love and admire him. I want to go down to someone else who loved and admired him and knew him well and played.
That's the second best. That's very interesting. That looks like the wraps up his react. I'm going to keep going, though. This is captivating. I didn't know if I was going to. I have other stuff to talk about, but I'm staying right here. This is captivating. This is the only other reaction to Charlie Kirk's passing that has interested me and captivated me. Every word was captivating. Second to Nick Fuentes, of course. The dude, how many times alive do I have to bring up this bruh? But he's the number one political figure in our country, Nick Fuentes. And it's interesting because Tucker Carlson, in my opinion, I could be wrong, it seems like he took a Nick Fuentes approach to his segment right now. He didn't do the classic Fox scripted. He wasn't straight off the dome, just had notes. But he did a Nick Fuentes type intro. Damn, Tucker, I'm fine with it. It was dope. It was good. But that's really fascinating. It was a good segment.
I think important role in the final months of his life, and that is my old friend, Megyn Kelly. Megyn, thanks so much for coming on.
Oh, Tucker, thanks for having me. That was a barn burner, man. You hit on some really important big points.
I don't even remember what I said, but I meant it. So I just want to start saying, you had this experience last week that I've always prayed I never have. You were you were live when the news came in that our friend had been shot in the throat, and your reaction was captured for all time on camera. And I just want to start by
I didn't know
playing
that.
it. I thought it was just an incredible moment that said so much about you and about him.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Oh, Well, it looks like we don't have Assad. Well, in it, you said, the line that stuck out to me, your first reaction was he was sent by God. That's the first thing you said. You'd not heard this news before.
Wow.
Why was that your gut reaction to his shooting?
Because I had spent so much time with him over the past few years,
Damn.
just on the air, Tucker. You know, I never went out to dinner with Charlie. I didn't know him quite like that, like a personal friend. But I'd had him on the show more than 15 times. I'd been on his show repeatedly. I'd been to multiple Turning Point events and, you know, talked with him backstage quite a bit. Just done a lot with him professionally, a lot. And I mean, I wonder if he's been on anybody's show as much as he was on mine over the past couple of years. And I got to know his thoughts on virtually everything. And I saw what people are seeing now, how they were all infused with his Christian faith, that he was a truly happy warrior, that he gave almost everyone the benefit of the doubt,
Yes.
that he had a much more positive and optimistic outlook on humanity than I do. And I think than you do. I mean, I think we're a couple of cynical mofos. And Charlie wasn't. Charlie was like an angel. This picture that the left is painting of him in the news is totally foreign to my understanding of Charlie or to anything I've known. And I watched Charlie on his show too. I know the things they say he said that were controversial. They just fundamentally choose to misunderstand and misinterpret him. I mean, he was, you need look no further than Erica in order to see that he was real. Like her goodness, her love, their love story, her strength in the wake of his death. That's the woman he loved, and that's a woman who loved him. Why? Because he was some devil figure? The opposite. These two were as wholesome as you could find. And everything he said was from his love of humanity and his belief that they could do better. I mean, I am much more like, no, they can't. Let's move on without them. Like we've got to, you know. And Charlie, I mean, in all of these college campus exchanges, whenever talking about most people, he would feel like everyone could be redeemed. And if he could just get to them, if he could just talk to them, if he could just buoy them up with hope, they would do better. They could see themselves as Charlie saw them, as God sees them. And I just ran into that optimism and that positivity from Charlie so often that I really did see him as God's messenger, Tucker, as an angel sent to us. And it's like, we didn't deserve him. I feel like he's gone now because we didn't deserve him.
Man, you are too deep for cable news. No wonder you left. That's just such a beautiful summation and so insightful. I'm not sucking up. I mean it. I wish I had said half of that in my open. So, but why is that so provocative? I've been thinking about this since he was murdered. Like, what of all the people that we know in our business, you know, the kind of let me give you my opinion business. I think it's fair to say he was the kindest. I mean, for real, and in private too. Even people he was really mad at, he would always say, "Well, I understand where that person's coming from." It's like, wow, his decency was a challenge to me, who struggles to be that. Why was that so offensive to people?
Because it was power. It's so much more powerful, frankly, than negativity and anger.
Yeah.
It's infectious. You know, it's a contagion. It's like a magnet for people, whether they like him or not. They're drawn to him, and he was converting people. So he was a huge threat. That's really, like, I've been asking myself this question a lot over the past week. You know, let's take the accused shooter in this case.
Yes.
And let's say, okay, it was motivated exactly as the authorities say. And he thought Charlie was, quote, too hateful. And this is a guy who's into furries and he's into trannies and he's living with one and, you know, all the things. Why would Charlie have been targeted by this guy for that? Why would it be Charlie? You say all the same things. I say all the same things. Most of the people in our space and in conservative or independent media say those things. Why? Why Charlie? And sadly, I think it's this factor. It's this magnetism from him, this positivity, this aura, like that, this angel-like aura around him that was so incredibly threatening, way more threatening than the rest of us because it was powerful and it was winning people over. It was converting people at a rapid rate, and not just any people, but young people. You know, the people who had never been converted before, the people for whom people who talk like you and talk like me had never even tried. They weren't even players on the field. They were seeded in the whole battle. And he said, no, we're not seeding them. I'm going to start at 18 to speaking to them in a way that they can hear and understand me. And I'm going to practice it. You know, for the past 13 years, he practiced. He went out campus after campus. And in the beginning, he wasn't as good as he was in the end. He was good, but he wasn't as good. And so it was a skill he developed over time that made him more and more threatening, more and more effective.
Yep.
And you look at the numbers just in the presidential election. It's not an overstatement to say that Donald Trump has Charlie to thank for his election in November 2024, swinging the youth vote by 9 points.
Yeah.
We've never seen anything like it in the past 100 years. You don't swing the youth vote toward a Republican, nothing in modern presidential politics. So he was a really integral, hugely important player, even though he was so understated and projected zero ego. So you didn't see him like that. He didn't have sort of the swagger of that in most of his public appearances. He was quick to subjugate himself to whomever he was talking to, but he was way more important than he ever let on. And I think that's why he was perceived as such a threat. That's why him saying the things others would say carried an extra layer of threat, yet both to the shooter and to Charlie's many detractors. And I just want to add as a period to this, as a footnote, I guess, to this, Tucker, you have a lot of it too. And it is the reason why Charlie is not the only one who's been threatened or was threatened to cut ties with you or not platform you. I too have gotten that, especially since you've been more outspoken on Israel. And I couldn't care less the amount of pressure they put on. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
This is madness. Why would you want to silence such a powerful, important voice just because you disagree with them on one subject, one on which we've all watched you sincerely evolve as you grapple with principles you've been espousing for years, like America First, like what's happening to Christians, like what's best for us and our kids here. How do I keep them safe? That's my number one priority. And I've been just absolutely disgusted and recoiled from people who have tried to pressure me on it. It, of course, never happened. But I know from speaking to Charlie, he felt it too. You've heard it from Charlie that he felt, and there is a layer here of nefarious pressure to have certain narratives go only one way.
Yes.
That must be called out and must be fought.
Well, I should have said in my open that when Charlie was denounced as anti-Semitic and, quote, dangerous by the American Jewish Committee, you were too. That was a press. I don't know if you've ever even seen it. And I just remember when I read that at the time thinking, okay, these are like two of the most pro-Israel, basically pro-Israel people like on the internet. I don't understand. So maybe we should have this offline, but let's just have it now. I don't get that. Why would you attack? There are definitely people who hate Israel who are not anti-Semites, or people who hate Israel who are anti-Semites. There's a whole range. And then there are like people who have like, religious reasons for wanting to blow up Israel. Those are all threats. Why would they be attacking you and Charlie? And honestly, I feel like me. I mean, what is that? Why attack people who are pretty reasonable, who don't want to get into a fight on the topic, who just want to like have their country thrive? Why denounce them as dangerous anti-Semites? What is that?
And let me just underscore for your audience what I had said. I mean,
I understand that asking the question that you know the answer to is a common interviewing strategy, but Tucker never, to my knowledge, has never answered that question. And we all know he knows the answer to that question. So I don't like it. He did a whole segment before. He can do a segment at any time throughout the years answering that question, or recently, if this just happened since July. It's a pretty important question to answer. Tucker has an answer for it, and he has not answered. Why?
Sum total of what I had said when they started coming for me, just to show the absurdity of this. I had said on Piers Morgan that Israel was losing the PR war, that they had lost the Democrats and the independents and were starting to lose the Republican Party in America, and it was time to wrap it up, which was a quote from Donald Trump, who had said it a year earlier when he was still a candidate. Time to wrap it up. That's what I said about Israel. And then at Turning Point at the Student Action Summit.
Well, I think Tucker has foreign funding, I believe. It's so crazy. It's good to see Lauren Chen back. She got ousted because there was no charges against her. She was unnamed in this DOJ indictment, I guess, or what? I don't even know what I don't even know. Was it an indictment? They didn't even name her. She got banned from YouTube, all that stuff, had to get lawyers. Recently just came back because she took, allegedly, her company some foreign money from Russia. Tucker's funded by who knows? I don't know. Laura Loomer's talked about that, some foreign group. They're all funded by foreigners, every single one of them. All these big people are for indirectly or directly by foreigners. Charlie Kirk's, we're talking about Charlie Kirk and his TPUSA was funded by at least foreign interests in a way. He got offered money from foreign interests. He got funded by foreign interests. They sent his people over there for free trips to Israel too. All of them, the politicians are funded by money from foreign interests. Everyone, every single one. Elon Musk, I always talk about, bought Twitter at the time. And all of his investors, Saudi, China, all foreigners. So Tucker gets foreign money too. It's all equal. They all get foreign money. What matters is what Tucker saying, does it have merit? Is it true or not? So is there something that Tucker said that is not true? I know you're saying Qatar pays him, and is it true or not?
With Charlie, we talked all about Epstein in my appearance there. It was all about Pam Bondi, frankly.
Right.
And we talked about whether he might possibly be an asset for someone. And I said he might be. And Israel, would make sense to me. Didn't know, but that's one of the things we should consider and look at. And that will conclude the list of things I said about Israel. That after 2 years of going on the air and defending them every week.
Why?
Turned some weird crowd into, she's an anti-Semite. So
why are you defending them? That's the obvious question. Are you still defending them? They called you an anti-Semite for an obvious take. So why are you defending them? That's just very odd.
I mean, F these people, because it's a lie. It was even more of a lie about Charlie, who had said even less than me. He had said nothing, like absolutely nothing. And they use those terms about him because
no, but that's what Mike had bad knees said. It's not about that. Charlie Kirk was effective, so he platformed you. So they're going after the platform. The Jews don't play these games by going like, oh, we'll go to the middleman or whatever. They'll go to the head honcho, and that's who they control. The top big tech guys, the top media guys, the top politicians. They don't go down to these lower levels to start to go after and to collect from. They start at the top. They don't play around like all these other people saying, oh, we're going to go after this teacher or this person with 10 followers or 200 followers that said something mean. No, they go to the head honcho. Who owns the platform? That's what they go after.
On the other side of me, when we had that discussion, and because he hosted you, and because he had the nerve to invite Dave Smith in a debate, because he allowed one side to be represented, and he had the Israel side fully represented too. So this was just such an
I don't think bringing Dave Smith had anything to do with anything.
Unfair accusation, and I don't know why these very ardent advocates don't accept friendship when you offer it, when you've proven that you are genuinely a friend. I've said openly, Tucker, I don't want to debate. I'm on their side. There's no reason to put somebody on this show so they can convince me that Israel's right. I'm on their side. I agree with that.
This is, your friend gets offed, and this is the courage we have. On their side for what?
But in response to those comments, and then ultimately having Marjorie Taylor Greene on, where we criticized AIPAC. I mean, who defends a lobbyist group? They treated me like I was Mehdi Hassan. Not everybody, but like the loudest Israel defenders, and to turn around and call Charlie Kirk an anti.
No, it was everybody. Everybody who's pro-Israel on that side. There's nobody on pro-Israel that that's pro-Israel, that I saw at least, that's big name pro-Israel on that side that had her back.
Semite is
I
such
know.
a disgusting smear. And you're right, he's young. You know, he was young and wasn't used to being attacked like that by people who supported him and people whose donations are actually really important to the ongoing existence of his organization. And it took a lot for him to say no to them. And it took a lot for him to be honest about the fact that his opinions had evolved. And let's face it, Charlie was like an unofficial spokesperson for the youth of America, in particular conservative youth. And I don't know if people have checked, but they no longer support Israel. And everybody under 30 is against Israel. Charlie was 31. And so as a friend, he's saying to them, as same way I, as a friend, am saying,
There ain't a lot more Will Chamberlains out there. Go try to find somebody under 30. I told on one of my previous lives, I was like, my wife doesn't even talk politics. And she went off for, I think it was like 15 to 30 minutes on Israel. I was like, okay, I'm going to let you cook right now. And she's not 30, but they have no support for people under 30, basically. Like, they're like, Pete Buttigieg, he has 0% of blacks. I've never seen that before. They're like, I can't find one. The pollsters can't find a black that supports Mayor Pete Buttigieg. Not one. So we look at under 30, and it's getting hard to find your Will Chamberlains, your Ben Shapiro's. It's getting hard to find them.
I am telling you, you've lost Dems, independents, and you're starting to lose Republicans. You need to wrap it up. You've had a 2-year long leash. I know you want your hostages back, but this cannot go on until you have every hostage back. It's just not going to, you're going to lose every friend you have. And that's what he was saying, because that's what he was hearing from his constituency. And so what he did to them was brave and noble to the donors who were very, very pro-Israel. It was brave and it was noble. He did not deserve to be smeared over it. And look, I like you, have zero belief that this had anything to do with his death, but it's part of the larger narrative that you're making, that he was a truth teller, that he was a fearless truth teller, and that there were a lot of pockets when he turned to them and said those truths that grew extremely uncomfortable. And whether it was some too online, disgusting, messed up 22-year-old in Utah, or somebody who couldn't stand his messaging that was very frank around race or around Islam, whatever. Take your pick. He said the hard truths on all of these things. I think a lot of people have to have a really ugly conversation with themselves now in the wake of his death about whether they added to the hate surrounding him.
And for Benjamin Netanyahu,
again, no introspective, no genuine take. Again, not talking about. I'm going to reiterate it again. If Charlie Kirk was truly sickened, that's what Tucker Carlson just said. If Charlie Kirk was truly disturbed or sickened by Israelis mass murdering women and children, and he kept that to himself, then he earned the disrespect in his passing, because he never showed who he really was. And that would have, who knows how that might have changed the reaction or not. But people did not see who he truly was on a very big topic. And that's on him. And it's a lesson that we can all learn.
who really tormented Charlie. We talked about it many times. He tormented Charlie, and his advocates tormented Charlie. For him to run around saying that Charlie died for Israel is just too much. It's just disgusting. And as his friend,
no,
I feel morally
that
bound to say
statement
that.
was out of line. No, I agree with you. And I never talk about Bibi Netanyahu. I don't really.
No.
I don't think much about him. I just don't. I have that.
Yeah, that's not a good take. That's not a good take. Don't be proud of that. You run a political show, so we do have to talk about him. He's the president of the United States of Israel. He is the president of our country right now. He is at a higher status in America than Donald Trump. So don't tell me you don't care about him as if that's a solid take. So Tucker Carlson had a good segment, and then I don't want to be totally against Megyn Kelly because she's not doing totally bad here, but he does bring a woman on to talk politics, and a woman's going to do a woman thing. I don't care about Bibi Netanyahu. Why? What do you mean you don't care about him? Huh?
That grew extremely uncomfortable. And whether it was some too online, disgusting, messed up 22-year-old in Utah, or, you know, somebody who couldn't stand his messaging that was very frank around race or around Islam, whatever, take your pick.
So let me ask you this. Mike Has Bad Knees says, I quote, the prior disrespecting his passing aren't doing it because of Gaza, at least not most of them. Maybe Mike Has Bad Knees disagrees, but if he were vocal, if he truly was disturbed about the mass murdering there by Israel and Jews, if in a Jewish ethno-state, if he had stated that, do you think that would have changed the temperature around his passing? I think it would have. If he would have opened it, if he would have said it loud, people disrespecting him, if he would have said it loudly and proudly, I think it absolutely would have changed. Would they have, been on his side? No. But I do not think it would have been nearly as vitriolic. That's just my opinion.
He's said the hard truths on all of these things. I think a lot of people have to have a really ugly conversation with themselves now in the wake of his death about whether they added to the hate surrounding him.
And for Benjamin Netanyahu, really tormented Charlie. We talked about it many times. He tormented Charlie, and his advocates tormented Charlie. For him to run around saying that Charlie died for Israel is just too much. It's just disgusting. And as his friend, I feel morally bound to say that.
That statement was out of line. No, I agree with you. And I never talk about Bibi Netanyahu. I don't really... No. I don't think much about him. I just don't. I had the opportunity to interview him a couple months ago, and I declined. I'm just not. No, I just don't want to. I didn't want to platform him. I didn't actually, frankly, want to do all the work that I would have to do to sufficiently interview him in a way that would be, tough, as I do when I have any foreign leader.
Ooh. After Charlie Kirk got, I don't know who did what to Charlie Kirk. I don't know who did the action or who was behind it or who helped or what. Yeah, you turned down the interview with Bibi Netanyahu. That's a scary moment. I was gonna be honest with you. That's a frightening moment.
In my crosshairs,
Yeah.
I just wasn't interested. Whatever. For him to do what he did was wrong. It was a moral wrong to sit out there and read part of Charlie's letter and try to have the final say on Charlie's pronunciations about, and he knew that they weren't the full story. And he's a foreign leader. He's not an American leader. So how dare he? At best you come out there, you say, I'm so sorry for this loss.
So they're doing, I said this, I had the same take, but you see what they're doing. They're doing this classic, it's Netanyahu, it's not Israel. That's what they're doing.
My prayers to his family. That's it. He was out of line, Tucker, and I would have went further. A loss for America, basically, and throw it on America. Don't even mention Israel. Even a Netanyahu critic saw it very clearly and talked about it today on the show too.
Can I ask you about next steps? I'm always wary of people who I just want to ask you about two issues. One are hate speech laws, which I'm paranoid about, but I think we should be. And two is the effort by one person in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, to get the federal government to ban sex changes for children, and she can't seem to get that done. So are we going to get hate speech laws, do you think? Pam Bondi seems to suggest we are. And two, are we ever going to ban the mutilation of kids?
So on the hate speech comments, that was an...
Wait, what? Why are we talking about the trans thing again? Where'd that come from?
Absolutely ridiculous comment she made today. I mean, it was absolutely foolhardy. There's just no way she doesn't know what she said is legally unsound. There's just no way. She was Attorney General of the state of Florida and became U.S. Attorney General and doesn't know that. So it does worry me, because does that mean she's actually pushing for a policy change? Because there's just no way she doesn't already know what she said is wrong. There's been reams of Supreme Court precedent on it. And she knows that. So is this about policy change? She tried to wiggle off of her original point as the day went on, as incoming came almost universally from the right, that she had said something very, very wrong constitutionally and vile as a moral principle. We've been fighting against this for decades on the right. Like, what is she saying? She sounded like a Merrick Garland. She sounded like an Attorney General Kamala Harris would have put in place.
Yep.
And so she tried to pivot off of it as the day went on and tried to make it smaller. And no, all I'm saying is violent threats, criminal threats are going to be punished. Well, yes and no. It depends on the threat. There's actually only a sliver of threats that is actionable under the law. So you're getting closer, but you're not quite there. You're giving, again, still too wide a berth to attacking free speech. But yeah, it is true that certain threats, true threats, can be ruled unconstitutional. You could go after somebody. So she does worry me. Yeah. And, I'm not, Trump was asked about it and he kind of made a funny joke about it going after the ABC news interviewer who asked him the question. But I think Trump will see that there's so much resistance to this on the right that he won't let her do that. He won't let her push for it. He won't let the Republicans do it. I just have to think Trump reads his base better than she does.
Yeah, I agree with that. And speaking of reading your base, and I've got to think the president's for this. I don't know why Speaker Mike Johnson has held it up, but I mean, we don't let kids get tattoos or smoke cigarettes, but we do let ghoulish doctors who are getting money for doing it mutilate children. Like, why can't Marjorie Taylor Greene get a hearing on this legislation? I don't understand it.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, like this, they chalk this up to, it's a spending resolution. We're just going to continue, the spending that's in place until, right? It's like, okay, you're funding mutilations of children. And not just the mutilations that are done with surgeries. You're funding with these, puberty blockers into cross-sex hormones, sterilization of minors who cannot possibly consent to that. And not just sterilization, but actually the end of all potential for sexual pleasure. How does a 12-year-old understand that he's sacrificing that with your weird experiments on him? It is truly a moral scourge, what we're doing to our children. And I'm sorry to say, I don't have a lot of faith that that's going to get a ban at the federal level, which means it'll be left to the states, which means if you live in a blue state, it's go, have at it. Go ahead and mutilate children and sterilize them and deprive them of sexual pleasure because it makes you feel good. It's not dissimilar to the left.
Why are we talking about this? I'm confused at this point. I don't know what's happening now.
Saying Trump shouldn't add additional law enforcement. They shouldn't accept additional law enforcement where he wants to send it because it's racist to let black people live. It's racist to let them live in peace, to not be carjacked in these inner cities, which are predominantly African-American. That's what the left is telling us, that it's racist for Trump to send those troops or even volunteer. And they're saying the same, that what's good for children, what's kind, what's, the honorable thing to do is to let deranged parents chop off children's healthy body parts and sterilize them because that's what an evolved person would do. And so that's another thing that this angel sent to us would speak very frankly about and threaten all these people who have a constituency, whether it's someone with a last name Pritzker, who actually has money invested in the transing of children. That governor's cousin is one of the big funders of all these school pushes on the trans issue, or somebody who just gets a Jones out of saying they're, going to open the prisons and let black people not get arrested for the crimes because they just think that's beneficial, I guess, somehow to other black people who are usually their victims. Never mind the race of the victim. It's not beneficial to any of us. In any event, I don't have hope on that front. We're going to keep fighting. But if they don't ban it at the federal level, which I don't think they're going to, we're never going to get all 50 states to ban it.
I think it'd be worth reading a daily roll call of the people standing in the way of that, because that's the kind of crime that historians will reel in horror that we allowed. I think your remarks about Charlie at the beginning were like some of the wisest I've ever heard, and I'm actually going to look at the tape because I was so impressed by what you said and moved by it. So Megan Kelly, thank you for taking time late at night to do this. I appreciate it.
Great to be with you, as always.
Thank you. All right. Well, we have someone joining us now who are just really, really grateful to have. Someone who has been famous for decades for a different skill, and in the last 10 years has really emerged as a consistent voice of wisdom online. And never interviewed him before, but really happy to, I don't think. Scott Adams joins us now. Scott, thanks very much for doing that.
Thanks for having me, Tucker. Yeah. We talked once before, quite a few years ago.
And it was on Fox News, and I've just erased that whole part of my brain. It's like CTE or something. I can't really remember what I did there. I think I'm ashamed of some of it. But anyway, tell us what you think. The lesson of Charlie Kirk's life and death are.
Okay, I've had enough. That was a good stream, though. Don't get me wrong. I believe Nick's live right now. Let me look up, see what young Fuentes is doing right now. Is Nick going to go live on time now? He does have these spurts where he goes live on time, so I think he's on air. Yeah. So we'll just jump in live wherever he's at in his live. Check out Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Or any obstacle to Jews getting what they want will be called anti-Semitic. How can Jews be the safest possible? They got to run the world. So if you try to get in the way of Jews running the world or killing their enemies or moderating public opinion, well, what do you want? You want Jews to be in danger? It's like, well, I don't want them to have power over us. And theoretically, that makes them more vulnerable. So anti-Semitism, that word, is just it just buttresses Jewish power. That's what it exists to do. So I don't even concern myself with that word anymore. I just not in my vocabulary. I don't hate anybody. I don't want to be cruel towards Jewish people, but I'm not really worried about whether they think I'm anti-Semitic. They can blow that out their ass.
Caligula sent $10. I find it concerning how many like you conspirator grow wipers there now. Entire threads on.
Okay, the super chats get a little spicy, so we're gonna hold off on the. I didn't know. Damn, he's on the super chats. Wow, he went live on time today for sure. I want to get into the Kash Patel clips about him. I guess basically he was talking about the Epstein files today, and I'm gonna I haven't seen all the clips, so I'm just gonna, believe it or not, I used to watch all this stuff when I was at home. I was working at home. I'd have C-SPAN on and watch all these things. Hearings.
Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders, and the department went back to each of those.
But the Comey FBI failed to review the evidence at the time. After nearly a decade in the shadows, this information is now come to light thanks to Dr. Patel or Director Patel, Senator Schiff.
That's Grassley. He's like 90 years old.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, during your confirmation hearing, you made several important commitments. For instance, you told Senator Coons there will be no politicization at the FBI. There'll be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director. So let me ask you very specifically, did you ever take any action to terminate or discipline an FBI agent or employee in whole or in part as retribution for being part of an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
No.
You also committed, you assured Senator Blumenthal, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. So you're testifying today that you played no role.
Why is the answer no to that? The answer, this is Trump's executive branch. The answer should be, hell yeah, I did. The investigation was bullshit. Of course I did. It's just so weird. You see, Trump gets the executive branch and it's if anti-Semitism's bad for your health, some gay guy was on his own and unlived Charlie Kirk, and the text messages look like the cheap version of ChatGPT wrote them. And Cash Patel's asked, well, did you fire anybody because of the investigations into Donald Trump? Well, yeah, I did, because they were absolute bullshit. Yeah, I did. No, that wasn't the answer. I don't know, man. I don't know.
In the firing of even a single FBI agent for political retribution?
None for political retribution.
No.
And if any FBI agent said you did, they would be lying. Is that your testimony?
I'm only speaking to my actions. Everybody is allowed to make their allegations.
Oh, no, these are allegations against you.
And
so, Mr. Patel, if FBI, senior FBI agents or employees said that you were firing them for political retribution.
Well, obviously you have to say no to that. No, it's because the investigation was trash.
Reasons because of the cases they were assigned, you're saying they would be lying. Is that
anyone that was terminated at the FBI was done so for failing to meet the standards, uphold their constitutional oath, and effectuate the mission.
Well, by meet the standards, are you talking about meet the standards of protecting the president under any circumstance?
No.
You also guaranteed Senator Blumenthal that every FBI employee will be held to the same, absolute same standard. No one will be terminated for case assignments. Are you testifying today that you never terminated anyone at the FBI in whole or in part because of a prior case assignment?
No one at the FBI is terminated for case assignments alone.
Well, I'm asking about you, Mr. Patel. Did you, in whole or in part, terminate anyone at the FBI because they worked on the Trump investigation or because they worked on January 6th?
No one at the FBI has been terminated for case assignments alone.
Okay, you're saying alone. Does that mean they were terminated in part because they were assigned to a January 6th case or assigned to the Mar-a-Lago case? You're being very precise here, Mr. Patel. You're saying alone. That means they were fired in part because they were assigned those cases. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. But if you want to keep putting words in my mouth,
well, then
go
let me
ahead.
ask you, let's strip away the word alone. Did you terminate or participate in any discipline of any FBI employee in whole or in part because of their work on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th? Yes or no?
Any terminations at the FBI by employees.
No, I'm asking you a very specific
question. And I'm
question.
going to answer the question, but you don't like the answer because it's the truth and it guts
want
your
an answer to my
narrative.
question. I don't want an answer.
Yeah, I don't understand why he can't answer what's the risk here? He has the executive branch. Adam Schiff can't do anything here. I mean, there's no minds being changed over J6 at this point. I'm probably missing something.
Someone else's question. So let me just be precise, and I asked for a yes or no answer. Did you ever terminate or discipline an FBI employee in whole or in part because they had been assigned or worked on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
FBI
yes or no?
employees are only terminated
Yes
if
or
they
no,
fail
Mr.
to
Patel?
uphold their oaths of
Yes or
office
no?
and duty.
You're not
at the
answering my
FBI
question.
I don't have to
answering my
answer your question yes or no because you're setting up a trap so you can have a media
I'm not
narrative.
setting up a trap.
And I'm not
unless-
giving it to you.
Unless it's true that you fired people.
People
in
have
whole
been
or in part
terminated at
because
the
they-
FBI who failed to uphold
You're
the
assigned
standards
to.
that the FBI requires them to
Did
uphold.
you tell anyone at the FBI that all FBI employees who they identified who had worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
Say that I would remove people for case assignments?
That people that were identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs. Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
People are not removed
But
for
just
case
answer my question.
assignments.
Just answer my question. Did you tell that to
People
someone?
are not removed for case
No,
assignments.
you're not
and
answering
I
my
would-
question.
And I would
Mr.
never
Patel,
tell anyone.
Did you tell someone at the FBI that FBI employees identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Yes or no? Did you tell someone that?
I would never tell anyone at the FBI that they're being removed for basically their case assignments.
Okay, so anyone who had said that would be lying. Is that your testimony?
Anyone can say whatever they want.
No, I know, but you're saying they were a liar.
I'm telling you what I said.
Because this is in the complaint against you, Mr. Patel. So you're saying Mr. Driscoll and others are liars?
I'm not going to address the complaint in the ongoing
Okay, well then let me ask
litigation.
you, have you ever told anyone at the FBI that the FBI tried to put the president in jail and he hasn't forgotten it, and that your job depended on the removal of agents who worked on cases against the president?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone that you knew these summary firings you were undertaking were illegal, likely illegal, and that you would be sued and later deposed? Did you ever tell anyone that?
No firings at the FBI or terminations were done for anything other than justified
Did you ever
cause.
tell anyone that, Mr.
No,
Patel? Why don't you
no
answer my question?
terminations at the FBI were ever done in my tenure for anything other than failing
Did you
to
ever tell
uphold
anyone
their
that,
oath of
Mr. Patel? You willing to
office
answer
or
the
their-
question?
The FBI.
I guess
I
you're
have
not willing to
answered
answer the
it.
question. So let me move on. Let me move on to the Epstein files. You said you're the most transparent FBI director in history, so I'm going to put you to the test. In 2024, you were asked by Glenn Beck about Epstein's Black Book. And you said, he asked, who has Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book? And you said, Black Book, FBI. And he said, but who? That is, I mean theirs. And you said, oh, that's under the direct control of the director of the FBI. That's what you said. Was that true, Mr. Patel?
I'll rely on you quoting it accurately. I did that a
Was
couple
it
years
true
ago.
what you represented to Mr. Beck and the president's supporters out there, or were you lying? Was it true that the Black Book, Epstein's Black Book, was in the possession of the FBI director?
The Black Book was in the possession of the FBI.
Okay, so now that you're the FBI director, you have possession of the Black Book, right?
That index has been released.
So you have Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book?
What is known as Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book has been released by us.
And you released it. And let me follow up on Senator Kennedy's question, because he asked you, and I'll be very precise here. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself? And you said, himself, there's no credible information, none. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And Kennedy, the information we have, again, is limited. And Senator Kennedy said, the answer is no one. And you said, for the information we have. So is it your testimony today that in all the Epstein files, that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked no one to anyone but himself? Is that your...
See, it's wild that they're obviously covering up this Epstein thing. Trump has done that his first term, obviously. Second term, straight up cover up for it to just sweep it under the rug for whatever reason. And now you give Adam Schiff, of all people, the ammo to go at this topic where he really doesn't want to go at this topic, but he knows Trump and Patel can't do anything. It's not like they're going to actually release anything, so he can look tough. Very bad position for MAGA.
Testimony, Mr.
I never
Patel?
said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone else.
Did he traffic any young woman to someone other than himself? That was Mr. Kennedy's question,
And I
Senator Kennedy's
said
question.
the information that 3 administrations have had access to
I'm
have
asking
made
you-
determinations that there are no investigative leads that were credible to prosecute and investigate any others. I'm
Well,
specifically
I'm asking
stating
you whether
we
it's
were
your
working on.
testimony today.
Well, you just read
that
it, and I said it
I'm-
10 minutes ago, so let the record reflect my testimony.
I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding because there are victims like Virginia Guifer who have testified otherwise, who have said otherwise, and you're telling the American people today that the Epstein list is a single name and it's Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we're to believe?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying, and
Well,
you
let
can
me-
say
let me
whatever
ask
you
Let
want.
me ask you this. When Todd Blanche went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, she said, but did I think these guys were coming for that? I really don't. If you met Epstein, there's no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, and some are in your cabinet, who you value as your co-workers, and you know would be with him if he was a creep or because they wanted sexual favors. A man wants sexual favors, he will find that. They didn't have to come to Epstein for that. And the next question Todd Blanche, the president's former criminal defense lawyer, asked is not who in the cabinet, who are you referring to? His question is, so when's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage? So let me ask you, who are those cabinet members that Ghislaine Maxwell was referring to that were part of this cast of characters associated with Mr. Epstein? Who are they?
The Deputy Attorney General took the aggressive step that no one else did and interviewed Miss Maxwell for
I'm
2
asking you,
days,
who are
and
the
we
ca-
released
who are
the
the cabinet
entirety
members?
of that
Who are the cabinet
transcript.
members?
I do not have that transcript in front of me. You're picking it piecemeal. The American public can read the entirety of that.
One last question, because you clearly won't tell us the cabinet members associated with Mr. Epstein. Let me ask you one last question. And that is, right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender like herself. Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in
prisons.
The Bureau of Prisons decided on their own, without any consultation with Blanche or anyone else, that they were going to suddenly, after this interview, completely unrelated to this interview, completely unrelated to anything she said, move her to a prison not suitable for a sex offender. You want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
you're not in
inmates.
the weeds?
What I am
The
doing is
most-
protecting
the
this country,
most- the
providing
most
historic
significant
reform,
witness-
and
the most
combating the
significant witness,
weaponization of
the
intelligence
Epstein
by the
files
likes of you.
cover-up,
And we have
gets
countlessly proven you to
from
be a
your
liar in
administration,
Russiagate, in
and you
January
call that
6th.
being
You are
in
the
the
biggest
weeds?
fraud to ever sit in the
This
United States
stinks to
Senate.
high
You are a
heaven.
disgrace to this
This stinks to high
institution
heaven.
and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not
And I'm
surprised
not
that you continue to
surprised
lie
that the-
from
the-
your
the-
perch and put on a show
view
so you can go
of you
raise money for your
and for good
charade.
reason.
You are a political buffoon at best.
Well, you can take an internet troll.
Take
and
it
make-
to the
you can take
bank
an
that the
internet-
FBI is
you
protecting
can
this
make an
country
internet troll,
and the state and
the FBI
citizens of the
director
California.
will
We are
always
bringing
be nothing more
historic
than an
reform.
internet
Point of
troll.
order. But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
You said
take
I'm the
control
most
of this
transparent
situation.
FBI director in history.
control of this
33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
Both of you be quiet. Before I go to Senator Tillis, without objection, want to introduce into the record the Durham Annex. The Durham Annex is a
Oh man, these are the politicians, man. What a waste of money. What a waste of money and time that was. Wow. That's the biggest takeaway there.
I think he also, I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally. I think this was a emotionally stunted person who literally When I say it this way, just hear me, tried to defend his significant other, not trying to defend some ideology.
But although I do think there's clearly an ideological difference. That's why I played about what they said about the family. I mean, the ideological difference that he was reacting to wasn't just Charlie Kirk. It was also maybe his dad. I mean, his father was, according to him, MAGA. So that conflict was there, clearly.
But this is a young man who's dating a person in transition. And I'm a conservative father, and I could hear it. I think he also, I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally.
Man, this is the kind of aftermath of the shooter and finding out about the text messages. So we're seeing a lot of speculation on CNN about it. And that just the con artist right is feeding into that by blaming the Troons or whatever. I'm going to go to Dave Smith real quick. Dave Smith posted that he had a live where he was going to talk about some stuff. My text from Charlie is the name of the live stream. I have not watched part of the program in a long time. Let's check it out, Dave Smith. And the homie Robbie the Fire Bernstein's on.
So far, there hasn't been like violence and retaliation that's kicked off, because I really was concerned about that.
Why? I know Nick Fuentes said the same thing. Violence against who for what? What is the take? I honestly don't understand the take, guys. Where would the violence come from? For who? For what? What is the take? Give me any one of the takes. So I guess the right is trying to sell me that it was a 20-year-old gay guy who was living with his boyfriend who thought he was a woman and was also a furry. And that's the person on his own. That's the take right now, isn't it? On his own went and did it. What was the violence going to be against? I truly don't understand. What is the take? Violence against who? Obviously, I do not condone any violence of any time, never have, never will. I am just asking the question. I don't understand the take. What is the who? Who are you supposed to go out and hate? I don't understand. Is it everyone who's desecrating the memorial or being disrespectful to Charlie Kirk? Is that what you're doing? How does that even translate? What is that even about? I don't understand. So give me any scenario, any theory on what happened with why Charlie Kirk got assassinated, and explain to me who you're like, I'm worried about civil war popping off. Where? Why? For who? Against what? I don't understand the take. These are smart guys. What the hell are you talking about? Who are you going to rise up against? This is a bizarre take, and Nick Fuentes had the same take too. And it's not really like I'm strongly against Dave or Nick on it. I just honestly don't understand the take.
Been, pretty open with you guys. I've been pretty rattled over this situation. I gotta say, I'm thrilled beyond words by the fact that, like, at least so far, there hasn't been like violence and retaliation that's kicked off, because I really was concerned about that. I mean, for like that to me was like the major thing when it first happened. I mean, obviously, like the first is like the human level, is a guy I knew and the kind of tragedy for his family. But pretty immediately after that, you're like, oh man, like he was beloved by so many millions of people and they're going to be so angry. And this is just a recipe for disaster. And that, at least so far, hasn't happened. And I'm really grateful to all of the public figures who have kind of been urging calm through this whole thing. And there's been a lot of that. And that, I think that is really important. And so, man, at least thank God for that. In a sea of kind of a tragic event,
I am nonviolent. I'm not even at the point of urging calm. I want to understand what the hell is happening. I'm not even at that point of urging calm. And I respect all, like Dave Smith, anybody who's trying to keep the temperature down. But, okay, I understand, obviously upset that Kirk is gone. but help me understand where you're at. I don't even understand where you're at, much less keep the calm. I think you have to look introspectively. That's my take on the right, especially people who call themselves the right.
Max Blumenthal article, and I'm like, yeah, like, did you catch the line in it where he said there's no evidence that Israel was involved in the assassination? Like, I think that was a very relevant part where it backed up my claim. Look, anyway, I'll just say this. I'm not very rarely.
Wait, I don't know if this is the right video. Hold on. Yeah, this is the right one.
I don't think ever quite like this one have I seen like a mutiny within my show's comment section. So I want to like pay attention to that. And if my audience is not happy with what I was saying on the last episode, okay. At the same time, I'm not going to be the guy who stops saying what I think is true because I think it might anger my own audience. And I would hope that you would appreciate that about me. I did not get a phone call. I have not been threatened.
So they're talking about him saying there's no evidence that Israel was involved. That's not. Nick Fuentes said the same thing. He's saying the same thing tonight. He said the same thing last night. And I said, my reaction to that is, I think Israel's the number one suspect. But I do not have a take where everyone has to think Israel is involved with everything. That's never been my position. That's never been my take. You don't have to. I know as crazy as it sounds, because I'm crashed out on Israel for sure, but you do not have to blame the Jew for anything. That's never my take. What my take is, though, is when I bring up a concern, it must be argued in good faith. So if you disagree, I have obviously have no problem with that. I always leave room to be wrong. My take's been fluctuating. I have no foot to stand on as far as I think I'm pretty true to who I am, but I'm much different. I'm anti-Trump now, was pro-Trump before, or maybe not against Trump at the very least. But my position is whatever it is, whether it's Jews, Israel, whatever it is, but they rule everything politically, federally in our country. You just argue it in good faith. So Nick Fuentes argued it in good faith. I did not see the Comic Dave Smith live. If he did not argue this in good faith, where my argument would be, never said it was Israel. I don't have I don't have the evidence to say that. I will say I'm not buying the 23-year-old Troon argument. The 20-year-old Troon sniper who we don't know, at least to my knowledge, unless something came out today, do we even have evidence that he shot the rifle? I don't know. But I'm not buying the Troon, or not Troon, but the Troon friendly, the fucking the Troon guy. Whatever, man. These kids are weird nowadays, man. I'm not buying that. So either argue that in good faith or not. If you believe that story, Nick, or anybody else, then you back it up and own it. You think these text messages look good? I mean, fine. You believe Kash Patel, on one hand, he's like, it's nothing to see here with Epstein. On the other hand, it's a 23-year-old guy who had no help from anybody at this point. So it's more about, will you discuss the topic in good faith than disagree? I actually prefer disagreement because that will sharpen knives and that will sharpen your take up. That's how you get better. Because then you have to adjust. You actually know where the holes in your argument. You steel man the other person's argument. Nick Fuentes on his live, he steel manned the Israeli argument better than I could articulate the argument or the reason why they're a suspect. So he did it in very good faith. And you also have to keep in mind, Comic Dave Smith has a big platform. I don't have a platform, not like theirs. So I can name the Jew all day. There's no movement. There's nothing that I'm putting at risk, really. So they have a different level, and that has to be respected. Charlie Kirk had a different level. They had to be respected.
There seems to be a lot of speculation of that. I promise you, on every faith that you've ever had in me telling you the truth, I have not gotten any phone calls or been threatened. By the way, I've gotten some phone calls before in my day where I think I kind of got the phone call. but not here, and certainly not in this situation, not relevant to this. That's a topic for another day. But what a lot of people are picking up on, I guess, is there just so many people speculating about this, but they're like, look at Dave, you can see.
I'll look up that story. I saw a headline. I didn't know, but it looks like, I guess, Mike Has Bad Knees is talking about it. Maybe it's more serious than I thought. But Mike Has Bad Knees has a comment here about a dude that just got lynched. So I'm going to look into that real quick.
He's rattled. Like, clearly, he's scared to say this. Clearly, they've gotten to him. Guys, I assure you, a guy I know just got publicly executed. Yes, I'm a little rattled by that situation. That's the extent of it. And I really say this only because, as I've always said to you guys, my job is to tell the truth. And if I see people in my own comment section going, ooh, I'm thinking that this is what's going on here, or this is what's going on, and I, being me, having the advantage, know for a fact that that is not true, I'm going to try to steer you away from that, because I just don't think that's right. Now, that being said, I don't really know what else we can say here other than, in terms of the Israel done it idea, if you just want to believe that, fine. Look, what am I in the business?
Okay, this is getting disingenuous for me. If I'll say if, because I have not watched all the streams. This is all I've watched for part of the problem in months. If you don't acknowledge, well, it's possible for me to have the take that I don't know if Israel did it or not, but I don't believe the story. And then I do see Israel acting weird in the aftermath. So I can consider them a number one suspect. There's nothing wrong with that. It's still vague. It's not as vague as the left. So you don't have, I'll see what Dave Smith here says. We don't have a problem when people say it's the left. General Michael Flynn said it's the globalists. I'm like, who is that? So you can say it's the left. You can say it's the Troons. You can say it's the trans. Matt Walsh says it's the LGBT terrorists. Who is that? Who are those people? What's that? You can say all these generic things, and they're saying that those are the suspects. Not just, well, the 20-year-old or whatever. It's this larger LGBTQ terrorist group, or this larger left idea. I don't even understand the take. It's just this guy, but the larger take is it's the left. But I can't say Israel's a suspect. I hope that's a legit, that's where I would ask, because when you have these discussions, I want to know, are you being genuine? That's my question. I'm not saying Israel did anything. I don't even know what that means. I'm saying I don't believe the story. The guy, or say it was just one guy, he would have had to have had help planning this. Especially, I looked at the stuff, did search. It didn't even look like he went to the school. There were some conflicting reports on that, but nothing has been confirmed that he even went to the school. So within a week, he planned it out by himself. I'm not really buying it. The story doesn't add up on multiple levels, with the change in the clothes and then the rifle put together in the bushes with the towel. The text messages look ridiculous. They catch two people. They don't know who they are. They're the wrong people. It just keeps going on and on. And then in the aftermath, Jews win again. Ben Shapiro's hosting Charlie Kirk's show. Benjamin Netanyahu's just wilding out in interviews. Pam Bondi's saying we got to ban hate speech in name of the anti-Semitism against the Jews. Mr. Palantir hosts the show Monday. It's just a lot, Dave. So then let's forget about the assassination attempt. Why is this happening in the aftermath? So there's a lot to talk about here. Don't paint it as, oh, it's just people blaming Israel. Well, that's not the take. That's the same take that pissed me off from Andrew Tate that said, oh, it's just people say the Jews. No, don't do that. That's not the take. People have substantive questions. You can always pick in any argument, whether it's for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or the Democrats or the left or the right, whatever, people that have takes with no substance. Why don't you deal with the ones that do have substance? Because they do exist.
Of protecting Israel's image or something here. And all the people speculating, oh, maybe Dave's not going to go hard at Israel anymore. It's like, give that one a couple weeks. give that theory a couple weeks and come back to me and see if I'm softening my rhetoric or message about Israel at all. Spoiler alert, no plans to do that.
I just want to say, if someone has the talk and I'm not included, I'm going to be offended. I'd like to think that my contribution is enough on the show to be threatened as well.
But you would be included in the talk? That's all you really want, is you want to be like, you figure you'd be like...
I'd like to think I've made enough of an impact that
I think that's fair. I think you should be CC'd on the email, for sure, if nothing else. But
I love Robbie.
I have a thought reading the comments.
I'm a big Robbie fan. He's underrated, man. He does this porch stand-up routine. He just goes around to people's homes and they record it while he's literally on the porch. It's a great idea. Robbie's great.
Because
way back in the day, you might not know, I was on his show. What is it called? It's on his channel, Robbie the Fire. But it's a great show, man. He just rants like a Tim Dillon, basically, but he stands up. He's literally standing up. It's a great show. Underrated dude, man.
I do waste too much time reading our show comments. Even on the attempt on Donald Trump's life, a couple months later, I was speculating, was that Israel that made that attempt, because it was very odd how quickly Trump seemed to embrace Netanyahu afterwards and how pro-Israel the administration has been. So I did kind of a thought where I was like, I kind of done the same thing with no evidence of speculating who might have had an incentive there. I think in this case, though, it's very reasonable 2 days after it happened, when people are saying it was definitively Israel without any evidence, to be like, well, what is the evidence of that charge? And most of what I've heard thus far is, well, it was reported that he had that firstly Netanyahu wanted to give him, hundreds of millions of dollars or $100 million. He turned it down. There's no, for the same people who are demanding evidence from other people, where do you have direct evidence of the fact that sit down ever happened? In terms of an Ackman meeting, I mean, how aggressive are donors usually about topics? I'm sure we're going to get into that. But then
we'll get into all this. Yeah,
the claim that Charlie was certainly changing his perspective. It's possible. And there might even be some clips to showcase that. I think you're going to be able to speak to that more. But on the last one, which is that he feared for his life, I rewatched the Tim Dillon thing, and it's one claim secondhand from the Gray Zone guy of something he heard from InfoWars.
No, it's the Harrison Smith, I believe his name is, from InfoWars. He made that public, so that's not even just Max Blumenthal saying that. Like, he tweeted that. But it's one guy at InfoWars.
How definitive proof is it that someone at InfoWars makes a claim about a conversation that they weren't at?
Yeah, I don't have this was obviously recorded maybe a while back, but it was Harrison Smith who had, and this was a tweet while Charlie was alive. This was mid-August. It just randomly tweeted it out. That's a lot of credibility. That he just randomly tweeted it out. Now it's a hot topic. So I don't know why people would just throw that away. But since then, Max had a different source. I don't know if Robbie knew that, or this is maybe before we found out that there was a different source for the Max Blumenthal article. Okay, you don't like Max. I don't blame you. He's trashing away too. But then Candace Owens came out, then Tucker Carlson came out, Matt Gaetz just tweeted about it. Okay, we've got enough. I'm sorry. I believe it.
I don't know. That's not the end all of proof.
With all of these things, man, you just have to be skeptical, and you have to be discerning if you really want to get to the bottom of it. But I will say, look, to the audience who's upset about this, look, you find me some evidence, I will happily take a look at it.
It's a fair take by Toke or Toke. Toke says, quote, "The simplest explanation is usually the one closest to the truth. Dude unfortunately got a clean shot off, or Israel had a master plan to take out one of their biggest supporters." And that is a problem where that's a big reason why I'm not saying Israel did it. Israel's benefiting from it in the aftermath, without question. Are we debating that? I can throw that out. Please let me know if we're debating that. You had the Mossad of Mossads, the Jew of all Jews, hosting Charlie Kirk's show, literally taking up his bloody mic. Saying, "Oh, well, all right, I'll pick up the mic and I'll take it from here." So, yeah, I agree. I don't. The simplest explanation is not some random 23-year-old dude got a clean shot off. That's not the most simple. That doesn't even make sense to me. Not without any assistance. If you're going to say he had like inside job through Charlie Kirk's security or something, I'm not making any allegations. I'm just saying hypothetically, if you couple that with something else, then it could be the most simple explanation. But I think Toke's point is Israel had a master plan is not a simple explanation, which I agree, and that's why I can't connect the dots. I'm looking up the lynching here in a second.
Right now I'm seeing nothing. But that being said, we could almost even like agree to disagree on this. You've made up your mind. It's Israel. Okay, you decided that I'm never going to be the guy. And look, just think about it like this, Rob. This is the thing that gets like.
So then you get hype. You're arguing against the most simpleton argument. Why would you get hype and argue against that with any type of energy?
Me, that is a bit that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk. I don't see any evidence pointing in the direction that Israel did that. I just really, like, as a Christian, I had really spiritual experiences when I went to Israel and stood in the exact place where Jesus performed miracles and all this. And Charlie's buddy left, and it was just me, Charlie, and Josh for a little bit. There was nothing I could say tangibly about that encounter like demonstrated that Charlie was changing his mind about Israel or something like that. He was very friendly the entire time. I was me. And so I was, at first, what happened was first I went in there and it was just me and Charlie and his guy. I'm blanking on his name right now. I apologize. But he's the guy who's like on his
Tyler
podcast. So it was them two, and then Josh Hammer came in, and it was like all of us for a little bit. And then Charlie's buddy left, and it was just me, Charlie, and Josh for a little bit. And so at the beginning, before Josh Hammer came in, we did talk about Israel a little bit. And I was needling Charlie, like I tend to do in those situations, because he was already talking about, we started talking about issues right away. He was saying but everything he was saying was kind of like what you would think Charlie Kirk would be saying in that situation. He was saying things like, he goes, look, I'm with you. I'm against the forever wars, and I can't stand the McCains and the Cheneys and all those guys. And then I was going, yeah, Charlie, but right? I was just like, Charlie was a well-read guy enough that I would just be like, but you already know who the neocons are married at the hip to, right? Like, what was that all about? Or don't you know that they're basically just the American Likud party? Like, you know that, right? And it was Charlie Kirk. He would just kind of disarm you with his kindness. Like, he would kind of laugh, and then he'd look around with a big smile, and he'd go, I get your point. I get your point. And then he'd pivot to he'd be like, I just really, as a Christian, I had really spiritual experiences when I went to Israel and stood in the exact place where Jesus performed miracles.
It's all understandable.
And all this, and I really value the holy sites being protected and the bond between the Jewish people, like Jesus was a Jew, and all that. And I was like, okay, I get all of that, but also we could do that without genociding our neighbors, right? Probably. And he'd kind of laugh and say, now, if I'm being completely honest, I got the impression that Charlie really kind of knew I was right. If I'm being completely honest, that's how I felt. But I got nothing tangible I could point to justify that feeling. All I could tell you is that in the room, I kind of felt like he knows I got a really good point here, but he's kind of not in a position where he can admit it. That's how I felt. But that is purely just a vibe I got. There was nothing he said that actually backed up that was his feeling. And then when Josh Hammer came in, I don't even remember. I remember at one point, he was interested in talking to me about how I'm good on borders and abortion, and most libertarians are bad on that. And then we got into a whole conversation about how libertarian first principles lead you to not being for open borders. And it was just other stuff that wasn't that topic. It was kind of like a thing where
so tired about who's going to fix the roads and the open borders. Just so tired. And that just makes the libertarians so irrelevant.
Charlie had been saying, and I think I talked about this the week we did a podcast with my thoughts on the event right after the event. But once Josh Hammer came in the room, Charlie had been stressing the whole time how he really wanted a good faith exchange of ideas. And he didn't want this to devolve into name calling or be anything, and that he really wanted to have a good, honest exchange between me and Josh. And so I said yes, and Josh said the same thing. Josh said absolutely yes. And so then we all the three of us had a very pleasant conversation, and we ended up talking about other topics. And I think part of that was just like to keep it light and friendly in the green room. Like, we're about to go out there and debate this topic, so let's just talk about immigration, where we all agree for a little bit before we go out there. Then, as I pointed out before, Josh Hammer goes out, and by the end of his opening statement, he said he was disgusted to be on the stage with me. And I had pointed out, like, what a snake behavior that was, because literally we had just had like a 40-minute pleasant conversation, like we were all being friends. And then he got out there and said he was disgusted to be in my presence or whatever. Anyway, then I wiped the floor with Josh Hammer, and that's how the thing ended. So I didn't really have anything, when Candace was like, come forward with whatever information you have. I was just, as I was thinking about it, I was like, I don't really have anything there. But then I did think to myself, I was like, like me and Charlie Kirk get texted a fair amount of times over the years. Like, let me go back and just see what we said exactly. Because I remember he had gone out of his way to like text nice stuff. And I said this publicly before too, that was our relationship essentially, that he just started reaching out to me. I had done his podcast a time or two, I believe. And he would just text me like nice things before, and then he invited me to that Turning Point event. So I will say, first of all, very weird feeling going back through the text messages of someone when they just died. Just there's something about that that's kind of surreal and not a nice feeling. But I did that, and then I did find a couple text messages that I think are kind of relevant to this part of the conversation. I just want to make it clear, I'm not stoking anything that says Israel did it, but just if we're having the conversation about where was Charlie's state of mind and how did he feel about Israel, these are, I think, kind of relevant. And let me just start by saying this, because I was a little torn about whether or not I should read these. I've never done that before. I've never read private text messages or released, like when people do that sometimes when they're arguing with someone, like they'll release screenshots of DMs or something like that. I never have done that in my life, or I don't think so. And I don't like that. I think like that, like things that are said privately should stay private. But just like in this case, it does seem like this is like, I don't know, it's like the biggest political assassination of our lifetimes. And this is a huge debate over where his state of mind was. And I do think that a lot of the fucking Zionists are kind of lying when they act like, no, Charlie was just the biggest, like he was just Ben Shapiro and nothing else was going on in his head. That doesn't seem to be quite right. Now, I've talked about this quite a bit, that I thought the big dynamic going on here was that he still needed these kids. He still needed his young activists, and they were abandoning Israel. But I actually forgot about exactly what he said in a couple of these things. So I'll read them just to be fully transparent. You guys can make of it what you will. I think I already know what a lot of you are going to make of it, but this is real. And this is what was said to me. So here, let me, because I took a couple screenshots of these, but let me just actually read up through them, because these are the ones that I thought were relevant. I mean, there's some other texts here where it's just, he texted me saying he really loved my testimony on Tucker Carlson about praying to God in the hospital when my daughter was born and stuff. Yeah, but that was a good story. Just doesn't seem as relevant. But these two texts I thought were pretty relevant. So this one is from Sunday, April 13th at 8:01 p.m. He texted me, listen to you on Rogan. Now, this is like a day or two after the Douglas Murray debate. So I debated Douglas Murray on the Joe Rogan experience, and it was a big show. At the time, it was a big show. I guess Candace Owens changed the definition of big show at this point. In hindsight, a teeny little show. So this was a Charlie Kirk, unprompted, texted me about the Douglas Murray debate. Now, just like kind of keeping in mind, and I'll fully disclaim here, Charlie Kirk's a really nice guy. You could chalk a lot of this up to him being nice, but the Douglas Murray debate with me, you know, like I'm not overstating. This was like a big thing. This may have been the biggest high profile debate on Israel. And this is what Charlie Kirk wrote to me Sunday, April 13th at 8:01 p.m. Listen to you on Rogan. You did well, despite me being more on the pro-Israel side. Very little I disagree with what you said. One point, when Douglas was going on about you using arguments from authority, it's a ridiculous claim. You were using original source quotes to prove their motives, all capital and motives, not their analysis of geopolitics, etc. Two totally different things. You were right on that point 100%. Keep up the good work. Hope to cross paths at some point soon. I'm sorry, hope to cross paths at some point. And I wrote back, thanks, Charlie. I really appreciate that. Now, again, I'm not saying anyone should make any more of this than there is there. But
no, that's relevant to bring to the conversation because it goes against the Tucker Candace claims. So it's important to the conversation. I fully believe Dave there.
Like, this is Charlie Kirk. He told me privately that there was very little that he disagreed with. And if you go listen to...
But then he also said I'm on the pro-Israel side. So I took it more as a pro... I took that part of it more away. But I see what Dave's saying where if you agree with Dave's argument... But Dave's argument was actually really soft on Rogan, though.
What I said on that show, I was going pretty hard. And so...
I don't agree with that. Again, not in the area that I'm looking for.
I will say, like, you know, Candace calling on me to, like, release what I know. That is one, and I think that's not completely insignificant. Like, I think that does at least demonstrate that this wasn't Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro was not sending me this text message. Let's just say that. You know, I mean, I don't want anyone to make too much of this. I'm just kind of putting the information out there. I guess we've already established you're going to make of it what you will. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Crowd Health, an amazing company that I've been telling you about for many years. A great... This is public, right? So you can see this, but he sent it to me. So he quote tweeted me a post that I had about the murder of those two Israeli embassy staff members. If you remember that, yeah. Rob, you remember that story? They got murdered in DC or something like that. And I just had a post about, like, you know, how wrong political violence is and how anyone who thinks you're helping the poor Palestinians by murdering some embassy workers, you're not. And then Charlie had a long quote tweet to that, which this is public. If you want to find it, it starts with their names, which were Sarah Milgram and Yuran Lichinsky. And he says they were two beautiful young people with their whole lives ahead of them. Talks about how the murder was senseless and evil and horrifying. It's a little bizarre to read that in the context of today. But then he had a
okay, I do have the information on the lynching. We'll end on a lynching story, and then I'll be out.
A whole section of the post where he said, I must push back against one thing. All over X, I see claims that some people have, quote, blood on their hands. By the way, this is just a really interesting tweet. I haven't read this till right now. I didn't click on it, but he sent me it in our text thread. But this is Charlie Kirk, by the way, talking about this stuff. Pretty relevant to today. He said, I must push back against one thing. All over X, I see claims that some people have, quote, blood on their hands simply because they've made tweets attacking Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israel government, or the war in Gaza. No. And then he goes off on a whole thing. You can look up the tweet if you want to say it. But he's making the point that it was horrible what happened to them, but it's all messed up to, like, blame anybody who was criticizing Israel for now being responsible for them doing this. So he sent me that tweet. And I responded back as he sent me this at noon on May 22nd. And I responded back at 12:01. I said, I was literally reading it as you texted. And I said, thank you. I really appreciate that. We need cooler heads to prevail here. It's a very dangerous situation. And he said, totally. And then he said, we should do a podcast in person and have a fun, lighthearted, contrasting conversation on Israel. I bet we actually agree on most of it, truly. I will, and then he said, I will not scold you for not being. So he made a never been joke. And then I said, I'm going to need that in writing. And then he said, screenshot it. And okay, I didn't actually plan on screenshotting that or reading that aloud ever at any point. So look, that's all I have. That's all that I actually know about any of this. The truth is that all of the kind of stuff that Candace is talking about, all of this coming to a head, the pressure being put on Charlie Kirk doing that interview with Megyn Kelly talking about the pressure, all this stuff about like the meeting with Ackman and all these guys. This all happens after that, and I never talked to Charlie again. Which I really, regret in hindsight, but that happens a lot when we lose people. But I hadn't talked to him. It hasn't been that long. This was only, in the last couple of months. So I can't speak to any of that. But I did feel like it was worth pointing that out, that, again, this doesn't prove anything at all. Charlie was a really nice guy. I know this from just having met him, the one time in person and then other times like over the computer. And so maybe he was just trying to be nice and extend an olive branch and kind of keep like a dialogue going there. I mean, this is Charlie Kirk, and that is kind of what he was all about, is keeping dialogue going. And even when he was inviting me on his podcast, which, okay, so by the way, the story there is that never ended up happening. But so then essentially what happened was he goes, why don't you come on my podcast? The invite I just read you. I was like, absolutely, let's do it. Then he was like, oh, do you want to do a debate at this big event that we're having coming up here? And then I was like, okay, cool. So we'll do that. And then he was like, okay, we'll kill two birds with one stone, and we'll do the debate, and me and you will do a podcast. That was the original plan. And then like, I couldn't come in till the last day of the conference. We were out in Denver that weekend, and I had to fly from Denver straight down there. And there wasn't enough time to do both, I guess, or something like that. So like the podcast didn't end up happening. But so even when he was inviting me on that podcast, he's saying like, we disagree, you know what I mean? But he's also going, I think you'd be surprised by how much we agree. And on the Douglas Murray podcast, he's saying, I think I actually agreed with much of what you had to say. So anyway, that's my response to Candace. That's all I got. I don't have any other useful information that's relevant to here, but at least the little bit I have, I think does indicate that, like, yeah, there was certainly, Charlie was at the very least, at least what he's saying here, is that he was listening to, obviously, he was listening to what I had to say. Obviously, he had been listening to what Candace had to say. Obviously, he had been listening to what Tucker had to say. And he probably was feeling like, a lot of that does make sense. That doesn't mean he agrees with it fully, but I would offer that to say, I do think there is some evidence that Charlie was struggling with this topic, thinking about this topic, finding some common ground with the very harsh critics of Israel, and was at the very least, like, it's not the case that this guy was just a pure loyal supporter who wasn't questioning the thing at all. I will say that much. Any thoughts on any of this, Rob?
So Israel did.
So we'll listen to Rob here, but it sounds like Dave Smith is confirming. If I had to guess, it sounds like he's basically confirming what we've already heard from other people.
To do it. That's what I just learned.
There you go.
After all these assassination attempts that country's already made, Dave Smith confirms.
Listen, I can't confirm it. They already got to me. Now, listen, dude, I promise you guys, by the way, if I'm ever like threatened or spooked or something like that, I won't like lie to you. Maybe I won't answer the question, but I won't just lie to you. No, I have not gotten the call. I have not been threatened. And no, I don't fear for my safety, really. I mean, any more than just, the way that anyone else would fear for myself. Like, you're like, shit, Charlie Kirk got taken out. I hope more people don't. I don't know.
Charlie Kirk was one of the most powerful people in politics, though. Charlie Kirk was on another level politically.
I'm in a much more controlled environment. I don't really do big outdoor events like that, which are less controlled. But no, I'm not like I'm not like worried to say what the truth is here. I'm just trying to not rush to judgment and trying to get it right. But anyway, I did think, as Candace asked about that, I was like, I sent her those screenshots too, because I was just kind of like, well, look, in the effort to like, let's get to the bottom of all of this here, I'm happy to You know, I won't voluntarily give over information to the government, but I'll voluntarily give it over to Candace Owens anytime. So I was like, here, look, I don't think, Charlie was much closer with Candace than he was with me. So I don't think he was saying anything to me that like he didn't trust her with. And I also did feel like, hey, this is somewhat relevant. It's not like he was telling me stuff about like his marriage or something and I'm like revealing personal things. It's like, this is the topic of conversation now, is where was this guy here? I have not like a huge smoking gun or anything like that, but like I have a little bit of evidence of what his state of mind was. So I felt like it was the right move to share that.
I listened to quite a bit of the Candace thing, and I will say I'd like to see, I'm not saying any of it's wrong. I want to make that clear. I'm not saying any of it's wrong. I'd like to see a little bit more receipts on the accusations, such as that Ackman threatened or that Netanyahu.
Well, did you see Ackman responded?
I think he responded that he had receipts and he was going to show them, and he hasn't done so yet.
Yeah, but even just that, I thought was kind of great in a way. Like, I just think it's great that Candace got him on the record, because now it's kind of like, okay, yeah, get him talking more and more. Because now let's see, like, what, you know what I mean? Like, let's try to put together the story here. Like, I don't know exactly what I'll say this, right? And I think I talked all about this in our episodes. Anyone can go back if you want to. We did, I think, an entire episode on my experience at that turning point debate and what it was like. Now, at the time, we were just talking about how the kids were moved in such a direction and what the debate was like and stuff. But I'll just say this, because so Josh Hammer now, who happens to be the guy who was there for part of the time, when the only time I ever met Charlie Kirk face to face. So now I debated Josh Hammer at Princeton University. What was that? Last year, I think. Or was it earlier this year? I can't remember.
I think it was during the winter, because I was going to go and then there was a crazy snowstorm.
It was 100% during the winter, because I left into a crazy snowstorm and my Uber kept canceling on me and I really had a moment. Yeah, it sucked. But anyway, yes, I finally got in a car. Anyway, yes, it was definitely in the winter. Okay, so I debated Josh Hammer at Princeton, smoked him, and but it was a totally like a civil debate. I mean, he did that one thing where he tried to be like, who do you trust Osama bin Laden more than Benjamin Netanyahu or something? But like, aside from that, it was just a civil debate where we just calmly debated the issues, which it actually is what I prefer in these debates, despite how many shit shows I've been a part of. I actually like when we could just talk about.
Did you see his Alex Bernstein, or what's his name, Berenson debate? That was wow. I didn't see the whole thing, just some of the clips.
Just argue the issues in like an academic, setting. And anyway, so that was, it went great for me. And I was very happy with it. But I left that thinking Josh was nothing but a good dude. And I left, and at the end of the debate, I went over to him and I said something like, I was like, hey man, we should let's do a podcast together sometime about some stuff we agree on, like immigration or wokeism or something like that. And he went, yeah, absolutely. And we left kind of on cordial, nice terms. Then Josh was actually, so what Charlie was at first, he said, we'll do the podcast. Then he was like, why don't you come do a debate? Then he wanted me to debate, what's his name? Oh man, I'm blanking on his name. But he's the UFC guy who was in the military, Tim Kennedy. He wanted me to debate Tim Kennedy. And I accepted that. I went, okay. And I'm an MMA fan, so I was always like a fan of Tim Kennedy. So I was like, okay, I'll debate Tim Kennedy. I think that could be a good one. And then Tim couldn't do it for like scheduling reasons or something like that. And he goes, well, what do you think about Josh Hammer? And I initially said no to Charlie on that, because in my mind, I was like, well, I don't know. I already debated that guy. And that's been dealt with. Like, give me a new, person to, because it's hard to like kind of get excited about just doing the same thing that you already did. And then Charlie Kirk was like, yeah, dude, but this is going to be in front of the Turning Point audience at our biggest event of the year. And this is going to just be much bigger numbers. And a lot of other people will see this.
Yeah.
And then when he said that, I was like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I guess like that. Yeah, it makes sense. And these are really the people I want to talk to are like the young people. So that's.
Yeah, if you get a chance to go on the TP USA stage, man, you can't turn it down. It doesn't matter who you're debating or what.
So that I was just like, okay, yeah, we'll come do this. And that's how that. So anyway, So I was like, whatever. Then he started stressing. He put us all three of us on a text message, and he just started stressing. Like, if you could read that text message, the entire thread was just him going like, okay, guys, here are the topics I want to cover. And I was like, sure, sounds good. And then he goes, I really want this to be a good faith thing and like above board and no insults. And then Josh went, absolutely. That's what I want to. And then I just said, with certainty, because we had already had such a good faith debate the first time, I went, dude, you don't got to worry about that with me and Josh. Everything will be cool, blah, blah, blah. And then we just hung out in the green room. Like I said, he was the nicest guy the whole time. We're like, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to have a friendly debate. And his opening statement before I've spoken was, I'm disgusted to be on stage with Dave, and reading my text message. Like, he pulls out this thing. And so anyway, all I'm saying is that I just went, oh, that dude's a snake. He's a really dishonest fucking person who's very comfortable lying. And I just couldn't imagine. I could imagine being pissed off at someone, but I couldn't imagine sitting there with someone being nothing but polite and cordial and joking around, talking about family, talking about politics, talking about all this stuff, and then getting on stage and going, I'm disgusted to be in this man's presence. Like, there's something that's very dishonest and womanly about that. Mm-hmm. And so when it comes out that Josh Hammer was also at this meeting, I'll just say, I don't trust him for shit that he says. Shit that he says about that.
This is good insight.
That's all. No, that debate was the one in the summer, was the second debate.
So this is the context.
But anyway, so that's all I'll say is that guy's a liar. So I don't trust his words there.
For what Dave is talking about, there is this context of basically they said that there was basically an intervention with Charlie Kirk, allegedly. Bill Ackman refutes it, but that's what they said is they basically got Charlie in a room, got a bunch of influencers and maybe some money behind it, and said, Charlie, you got to stop crashing out on Israel. I'm just paraphrasing. That happened. Bill Ackman, who Candace Owens got to confirm these dates, to my knowledge, we didn't know anything about these dates until Candace Owens brought them up. And that's what Dave Smith is saying. So I know Nick has beef with Candace Owens. Not to make this about Nick, but Nick does not believe Candace Owens, which I respect. But it was a good move for Candace Owens to get Bill Ackman on the record. So now you have longtime friend of the show, Village Crazy Lady Mel, saying Bill Ackman just confirmed he hosted his meeting with Charlie on August 4th and 5th. Dates we got from Candace Owens. So now we can put the pieces together. She put this together. Here's Charlie. And so Bill's take on that event from the 4th and 5th was basically it was cordial, it was nothing big. Candace said, and other people were saying, was it other people? I know Elijah was saying he was investigating it. Let me just stick to Candace because I forget who else corroborated it. Candace Owens says, well, that was in the Max article, wasn't it? Blumenthal article. Candace Owens says it was vitriolic. It was, it got Charlie scared, angry, those emotions. So the 4th and 5th, Candace says there was a lot of tension. It was not good faith. It was a ambush. It was an intervention. Bill Ackman says it was a good talk. It was no big deal. We just talked about Israeli talking points. Here's the next day from Charlie Kirk.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But like, some of the mess, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been so unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white. And you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
So which one do you believe? So you put the story together. Which one do you believe? Do you believe Bill Ackman, who didn't acknowledge that the ties to Epstein from Tucker Carlson pissed him off? He didn't mention anything about that I saw. He tried to play it off like it was no big deal. I wasn't mad at Tucker. Or do you believe Candace Owens that says, yeah, it was contentious?
I'm an American citizen.
This is the day after the event. It was the 4th and the 5th. They had this meeting in the Hamptons. Must be nice. And on the 6th, so August 4th and 5th is the Hamptons, the disputing stories. This is August 6th. You tell me what you think those 2 days, at least in the aftermath, were to Charlie Kirk.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But like some of the mess, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
Though. No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
On Monday, the 5th.
So this is a transition. We are segueing into the lynching. I don't know anything about it, just looking it up now.
15th of September, the lifeless body of a 21-year-old university student named Trey Reed was discovered hanging from a tree on the campus of Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi. Witnesses who saw the body claimed that it looked beaten and bruised, with some even alleging that he had 2 broken arms and a broken leg. But despite these major concerns, the university campus police would immediately dispel any rumors of foul play. However, refusing to accept this assessment by the authorities, followers of the case began to dig into the history of the area, where they uncovered a deeply racist past, alongside a predominantly white population within the university itself. But to complicate matters even further, friends claimed that Trey had recently been involved in an argument with someone just days before his death, alluding to the possibility that they could be responsible. So, with his family torn apart by grief, they have now taken to social media demanding justice for their loved one. However, to this day, authorities continue to insist that there are no signs of foul play, despite the fact that his body is still yet to be examined, understandably leaving an entire community frustrated as they are only left to wonder, what really happened to Trey Reed? And could he be Mississippi's newest victim of modern-day lynching? Demar Travian Reed, otherwise known as Trey to his friends and family, was born in 2004 in Grenada, Mississippi, to a close-knit family that loved him deeply and always made sure to nurture his dreams. To those who knew him best, Trey was more than just a son, a brother, or a friend. He was a source of joy, who his family would describe as warm, funny, compassionate, and full of potential. From an early age, Trey had a natural ability to bring people together. Growing up in Grenada, he quickly became known in his community for his bright smile and kind heart, the type of person who made others feel seen and included. Whether it was cracking jokes to lift the mood or offering a helping hand without hesitation, Trey's presence left a mark on everyone around him. During his high school years, Trey carried himself with quiet confidence and humility. He wasn't the kind of person who craved attention, but it often found him anyway. Teachers remembered him as dependable and thoughtful, while friends knew him as someone they could count on during their hardest days. His character shined through both in the classroom and outside of it, where he was always willing to share his time, his laughter, and his support. When it came time to graduate, Trey chose to continue his education at Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi, a decision that filled both him and his family with pride. After all, he was carving out his own future, eager to take on new opportunities and experiences. So, after a successful first year at college, by the fall of 2025, Trey had just returned for his sophomore year, still adjusting to campus life, but already making an impression. Professors described him as a promising young student with determination and ambition, while his peers spoke of his charisma, his generosity, and his ability to make friends wherever he went. Even as he settled into his college routine, Trey never lost sight of his roots. He remained deeply connected to his family back in Grenada, often visiting home and staying in close touch with those who had shaped him into the man he was becoming. And at just 21 years old, Trey had already built a strong circle of friends, mentors, and loved ones who admired the person he was and the person he was building himself to be. However, all of this potential would suddenly come crashing down just 1 month into his sophomore year at Delta State, when Trey's bright future would be cut short on that fateful day in September. On Monday, the 15th of September, the Delta State University Police received a call that would change the campus forever. At around 7:05 a.m., faculty members had made a horrifying discovery: the body of a 21-year-old student hanging from a tree near the pickleball courts at the heart of campus. News of Trey's death spread quickly, and by the time his identity was confirmed, his family in Grenada had already received the devastating call that no parent ever wants to hear. According to initial reports, the scene suggested self-inflicted trauma, and authorities moved quickly to communicate that there were no immediate signs of foul play. But for Trey's loved ones, and for many in the surrounding community, that explanation didn't sit right. The nature of the discovery, paired with Mississippi's painful racial history, sparked immediate fear and suspicion that this could be something far more sinister. Adding to the unease, some of Trey's closest friends mentioned he had recently been involved in an argument just days before his death, and witnesses who saw his body claimed that it looked beaten and bruised, with some even alleging that he had 2 broken arms and a broken leg.
That doesn't look like it matches the report, though. So looks like the argument here right now is coming down to the coroner. The coroner's preliminary exam reported no lacerations, contusions, compound fractures, broken bones, or other injuries. But then there were claims that went viral that I did not see, that he was lynched or had multiple broken bones, not supported by the coroner's findings. I don't know who to believe there. Just reading it for the first time. There's a separate incident. A man was found hanging in Vicksburg. What is that one? Is that 2 on Monday? I guess there was two men in Mississippi. I don't know if they're looking at that, the first one, like he unlived himself. I don't know what the take is. They haven't released cause of death, I don't believe. Oh, wow. Ben Crump is involved. Ben Crump is in the building, the attorney. Yep, this gonna get crazy. Crump peeled up It's not a dead black body that Crump won't roll up to. Make some money off of it. Or fame. Or fame.
But despite these controversial rumours, the police remained confident that there was no evidence of foul play, and Trey's body was soon transferred to the coroner's office, with the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation also being called in to assist. However, what unsettled the community most was how quickly officials began describing his death as self-inflicted, despite the numerous statements made by friends and family that alluded to foul play.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to, we'll follow the story. I'm not sold on either one, just looking at it right now. But as you know, the history with lynching in the South, most famously, I believe the KKK is the most famous group that was involved with lynching in the South, the Southern Democrats. Yeah. Well, on that note, let me figure out what I'm going to play on the way out. Get some sleep. It's been a while since I did a stream like this. Get some outro music. Oh, okay, a little gay. Oh, it's perfect. Sometimes Spotify be hitting the spot. Yeah. I'm out, y'all. Peace.
And I wonder if you know what it means, what it means. And I wonder if you know what it means to find your dreams. And I wonder, I've been waiting on this my whole life. Remember what the issue is? You just try to find where the tissue is. You can still be who you wish you is. It ain't happened yet, and that's where the tuition is. Will you hop back in the car, drive back to the crib, run back to their arms? The smoke screens, the chokes and the screams. You ever wonder what it all really mean? I wonder if you know what it means, what it means. And I wonder if you know what it means to find your dreams. And I wonder. And I'm back on my grind. A psychic read my lifeline, told me in my lifetime my name will help light up the Chicago skyline. And that's why I'm 7 o'clock, that's prime time. Heaven to watch God calling from the hotlines. Why he keep giving me hotlines? I'm a star, how could I not shine? How many ladies in the house? How many ladies in the house without a spouse? Something in your blouse got me feeling so aroused. What you about? On that independent shit. Trade it all for a husband and some kids. You ever wonder what it all really mean? You wonder if you ever find your dreams.
Hey yo, son. Hey yo, come downstairs, son. There's like 6 bitch ass niggas on the corner, son. These niggas is rapping, kicking raps and shit. Can't tell these niggas they ain't hype. They punk smooth bullshit. Just meet me downstairs, son. I'ma set it on these niggas, son. These niggas have no idea, son. Check it. And one time for your mind. One time for listeners dropping dime. Me don't wanna hear you whine when my nines through your spine climb this rocky mountain. Energies from my fountain of youth running through my brain pounding. So don't be found in my clutches. If you don't know who Sparsky is and you don't know who Dutch is, don't get snuffed, kid. We cause rock and rock mad don't while we got it. Who's the first up to see blackness like the universe?
Fuck that. Niggas better start running for shelter. Live and direct with an until neck that nigga from Helter Skelter. Word them up, I murder ducks who never heard of ruck. Plus my mind nails off rhyme skills with the 9 that I buck. Girls demand me, mad bitches I slam me. Microphones you hand me till a judge remand me. Can we get along like Rodney and Rock, please? Put these niggas in their proper place cause you cocky.
I be the drama bringer, ringer, rubber nigga's neck, wreck a rubber set. I buck shots with a steel tech pussy. Result of suckers talking trash about the R&R.
They heard us coming and turn the track stars.
Check it. I be never sloppy. I be roxy. I rock heads from bedrock to Yugoslavia. You're robbing you and your crew blind. Yeah, we do crimes fine. Now that's a new spine or a new behind. Now you whine, but you'll stop the blood clot crying like Screwface. I in the mood to bash your eyes in. That was just know who I am. Madman from Helter Skelter, Mr. Flip the Rock, grandson of Sam.
As the world turns in my search for tomorrow, I seek the God in light for some insight. Freaky like a golden shower when my golden vowels hit instrumentals get influential like Colin Powell. Now, fuck the world, stick my dick in the dirt. Pro tools on fools who claim I ain't cool like Levert. Expert when I network my lyrics like a rebel. Vex cause the devil never take me to that next level. It's never humble in asphalt jungles where you sling rocks to Ricans and back them with bundles. Some may wonder the evil these 2 men do torment you. Lyrical landlord you fucking rent to. Clans, posses, creeps and clicks. All y'all bitch niggas can suck my dick. Click, posses, crews and clans. Can't none of y'all niggas fuck with me and my man.
Hey yo, 1's for the shots I pop. 2's for the anti-real snakes I fought and dropped. 3's for the irrational rock, bitch. I be rockin'. 4's for hip-hop, cause with this shit we rip shop. Ask me how foul I am, man. You know damn well it was me that hit your bitch up in my man's van. Suplex your grandpops and like corn, I pop shit you can't flush. Fucking with Dutch, get smacked with hop spit. Who dare swear would rock me, I break you. 3 times worse than a bumper glide earthquake do. Helter Skelter's hectic, hit the deck, big step if you wanna hit your neck click. See this center, don't really play no basketball. I do my shooting with a motherfucking Mac, you fall to the floor. OGC, hit up everything that comes through the door. Recognize Helter Skelter means war.
So what's the reason for the treason? Punk, you wanna die? My mind crucify those who try to defy. God cipher divine, drop bombs on the blind. In the mood to get rude with the lyrics instead of my nine. Now I want a nigga to come with hand skills. Man chill, might end up in the landfill. Stand still, nigga you know the position. Clocks clicking from niggas who ain't got pots to pissin'. Plus I get hype when my mic strikes. When pipes making rock is this tight.
There'll never be no fist fight.
Your lip pokes with my 5th smokes. The rich folks who sniff coke. Now your bitch broke, ain't no misquote. I just spoke wicked ways with words of wisdom. Like Cyclops, ice pop like shots with ill vision. Similar to none, son, so it fucking seems. Savages get sold the fuck up with shots to their spleen. Clans, posses, and clicks. All y'all bitch niggas can suck my dick. Clicks, posses, crews and clans. Can't none of y'all niggas fuck with me and my man. Clans, posses, crews and clicks. All y'all bitch niggas can suck my dick. Click, posses, crews and clans. Can't none of y'all niggas fuck with me and my man. Clans, posses, crews and clicks. All y'all bitch ass niggas can suck my dick. Click, posses, crews and clans. Can't none of y'all niggas fuck with me and my man. Clan, posse, crew and click. All y'all bitch niggas can suck my dick. Click, posse, crews and clans. Can't none of y'all niggas fuck with me and my man. Helter Skelter, Helter Skelter. So get your clans, get your clans, posses, all y'all bitch niggas can suck my dick. Click, posses, crews and clans. Can't none of y'all niggas fuck with me and my man. Clans, posses, crews and clicks. All y'all bitch ass niggas can suck on the dick. All y'all niggas, eat a dick. Word up. You wear motherfucking fatigues and sneakers. I'm bringing it, I'm bringing it. Help the scout. Motherfucker. Nocturne. I bet you a $150 you can't fuck with me.
What can you do? You show no compassion, no mercy. You're just bully. And I do not accept you or your authority. I accept Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I do not fear you people.
Quick as a snapshot on God's camera, flashing a crackpot pan. Villains out of hand like Captain Hook. Battle axe behind the Dillinger, balancing axe like landing on a dragon's back. Wings scream and bring an avalanche to villages. Militants kids jumping out of passing vans like prisoners here through tunnels under Vietnam. Invisible man, snakes busting out their skin like elegant heads. Alcoholics drinking devilish piss till they go blind in ignorant bliss. Chickens blow minds and swallow their kids like a fault line and pocket the tricks till it's showtime again like magicians. Penn and a teller, rappers in the hat chasing Alice. Abracadabra, disappearing acts with the cabbage. Abbott Costello, jokers die laughing from gases. Andrew and Hello, like Medusa. Mac computer hacks, review the map so you knew it's saying. So now you're shooting back as ricocheting boomerangs. Foolish cats on a ramble mission. Through as quick as they am spitting. Naughty bounty on the poster. Dead or alive, black zombies yelling cobra. We all got an army, which side are you controlled by? Good and evil, just the world's perception. But both sides pushing people to an early exit. Check.
The Lord's blessings leave me lyrically inclined. They try to catch us on the replay. Real representing worldwide.
They tried to frame me, but my megapixels was kinda grainy. They said I killed you, but I'm guilt-proof until it's proven. Self-defense against the looters and the skilled intruders. Felt the tremors, now the building's moving. Held captive until the mental prison cell collapses. Now you're seeing things different, twisted, cutting-edge, guillotine vision. Sharp enough to be a dream sequence. Freedom's ring is missing, cracking the liberty. Broken in segments like the back of a centipede. It's intriguing how they mislead us. If it was written, bet we misreading it. We almost gone like the print media. Extinct from the face of the earth. It gets deep once the tables get turned. Illegal aliens to legal patriots. From prenatal care to in the deepest grave to dig, trying to make amends. Crazy is as crazy does, and crazy lives as crazy was. And shady biz got away with words, they get away with murder. Read the label. First they waging war, then they turn the page and merger, and vice versa. It's a new day, time warping. The bootleggers got the Blu-ray to buy off them. It's like a mom talking. It's backwards and madness. It's senseless.
It's the sound of blackness. The Lord's blessings leave me lyrically inclined. They try to catch us on the replay. Real representing worldwide in your section.
The damage is catastrophic. There's a frantic effort underway tonight to find survivors. The number of dead could double 40,000.
I do know that a lot of innocent people have died, and that troubles me recently. And I am, amazed that this is a society which so wants to be free that they're willing to, that there's level of violence that they tolerate. And it's now time for the government to work hard to bring security in neighborhoods so people can feel at peace.
The Black Opera is coming.
A whole new breed coming up. You don't know.
Click, click. We don't give a wiki why. We don't give a why. We don't give a wiki why. We don't give a why. We don't give a why. We don't give a wiki why. A nigga run shit like track meets. When blacks meet in the back streets, my gag greets niggas that don't recognize my rap sheet. The facts be the ruck rains like the weather. Plus rock make cops throw blocks down like heather. Niggas better be ahead of me, tryna flow steadily. Ain't even know my pedigree. That's my word, bitch ass niggas is heard. Cause half of the time, half of their rhymes are absurd. I serve justice, must this be the answer? For my gun to click, terminal like cancer. And the answer, rock and rock for a thou. Now how the fuck did you come up with that style? Sing songs with 6 packs, that's when I smoke 7. Sacks of cess make ruck bust caps at the reverend. So chill chicken, for I choose to chastise, bruise, batter, and baptize bitches and bums with blood from black eyes when I slap guys.
Send that guy to rock this monster. Stomp you, split them in half, divide and conquer. I want ya
to test the irrational inflicts the rock pounds the ground while rock shakes the
grits the rock slide. I'm crushing your pride by surprise. It be the bummy jazz and the both of that vibe. It's remarkable, like the little rascals. If I'm being polite, I'm scheming like Eddie Haskell's. Don't let me catch you and have to bring the wrath through. Don't act fool. Sure I sell you a new ass crap. And if you think a nigga's cocky, I dare any 10 of you to come and try to stop me. Rock me a champion soldier, fold you like coffee. Tell them wipe your mouths and your bitch back up off me. Move on please, cause Frosty and Dutch might provoke the cops or choke your pops if we smoke a lot high. When I flow like the Nile River, that's when I deliver. Enough slugs in your chest, making your whole body shiver. Niggas wonder why the irrational guard rock be flipping. Like I was buried regretting with nines that be wetting your section. When niggas step in my arena, bound to see a nigga like rock buckshots and catch misdemeanors. I'm similar to none, son, that be my steed. So flee for your fucking face, double jeopardy. Oh, praise me. Rock, I rule in hip hop fools that get dropped. If I'm got the balls to stand when I'm licking shots. If not, I got the bright red dot station on top of the fofo to blow your fucking face in. Jason ain't half as scary as the Derriere kicker. Mr. Flipstar, there he is, too late, I hit ya. If you don't think I make your block ache. Next time I come through with the big yo Joe that I break a snaker. Get skinned in the wind. Shame my boot camp name it rock must have been. Burn your bitch ass with 10 nails in my military jail. Make all that diesel shit you pop and turn frail. But like I pump sled into your body. Pump pellets if I got my pump shotty. Why these cats always asking for shit them not want? Get your shit bumped, be crippled for months and don't front fucking punk. We don't give a what.
Told you a long time ago, you fucking little monkey, not to fuck me. Hey, who the fuck you think you talking to, huh? Who the fuck you think I am, you fucking cowboys? You only gonna walk for the half a
million, real, y'all. Taking you on another one. Julio Iglesias. Make it cream like that, nigga.
Yo, burst the raw, son, beat the arson. Many brothers I be sparking and busting mad like inside the dark and call me dough snatcher. Just a brother for the rapture. I hang glide, holding on strong, hard to capture. Extravagant, resurrect the track and it's militant. Then I react like a convict and start killing shit. It's manifested. The guards work like appliances. Dealing in my cipher, I revolve around sciences. The ninth chamber, you get trapped inside my hallway. You try to flee, but you got smoked right by the doorway. No question, I send your ass back right to the essence. Your whole frame is smothered in dirt. Now how you resting? Well, I'll be trapped by sounds, locked behind loops, throwing Throwing niggas off airplanes cause cash rules. Everything around me black, as you can see. Swallow this murder one verse like God degree. Then analyze my soundtrack with satisfaction. You adapt like a flashback chain reaction.
Lace them niggas, son. AK's black, bust back like 70 max. I'm all that. Street niggas knowing my steez black. Raw G, you know he coincide with me, see? Marvelous, menaceable society. But anyway, let's toast. Champagne thoughts with ghosts. I max the most. Shotguns through the nose. Fuck rap. Hip hop for me, York's out. Low wears and Tommy Hill fly shit with a knot. The witty, unpredictable live shit. Drive by shit. Do or die shit. I take your lying shit. And then you know, I'm running through the P now. Fair. Walk through chow was wild. The old lady snitch, but fuck it, you know it, one love, kid. No, I'm not doing a bit. Too much to get for what? Cause 6 niggas got stuck in the nigga chain was truck. Yo, fuck that. Criminology rap. Sneaker state jet black. Floating in the flies. Nigga. Much love go to New York City. All my Tommy Hill ice rockin' niggas.
Vanilla, butter, pecan, chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes is getting touched and scooped in my ice cream truck. Who tears it up?
Yo, honey dip, summertime, fine jury dripping. Seen you on pickings with a bunch of chickens, how you clicking? I kept shooting strong notes as we got close. She rock rope, honey throat smelling like impulse. Your whole shell, baby's wicked like Nimrod. Caught me like a freshwater straw, or may I not be God? Attitude is very rude, boo. Crabby like seafood, it turns me on like Vine, see it all rule. They call me Starkey Love Hunt, check the strategy by any means. Shirley Temple Cross was done by Billie Jeans. Black Mrs. America, your name is Erica, right? True. Lazy Apple, small feet, 6 shoe. Caramel complexion, breath smelling like cinnamon. Excuse me, hun, the dog me no harm. Turn around again. Goddamn, backyard's banging like a Benzie. If I was Jiggy, you'd be spotted like Spud McKenzie. I'm high powered, put a D in the Howard to sleep. You're parting. That bitch been on my mind all week. But back to you, Maybelline Queen. Let's make a team. You can have anything in this world except cream. So what you wanna do? What you wanna do? Let's go ahead and walk these dogs and represent Woo.
Watch these rap niggas get all up in your guts. Prince Vanilla, butter, pecan, chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes is getting touched and scooped in my ice cream truck. Who tears it up?
Challenge finest. What up, boo? Peace, your highness, yo, I'm lounging. Big dick style, y'all niggas is the flyers. Moves you're making, true fly chooses, shaking out a rape patient. You're looking good, fly colored Asian. Ghettos, them is your hometown. We could go the whole round. After that, I'm shooting downtown. I'm rocking hats and your wig is all intact. Who's that queen bee chick? Eyes curly black. Freaks be moving in fly sneaks. 2-finger rings and gold teeth. And ain't afraid to whole eat. So when I step in the square, dear, you better have cream this shit. Weekends, Ben, I keep yeah.
Watch these rap niggas get all up in your guts. Prince Vanilla, butter, pecan, chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes is getting touched. Scooped in my ice cream truck, who tears it up?
Black chocolate girl, wonder, shade brown like thunder. Politic to your deficit step, give me your number. Your sexy, persuasive tatas and thighs. Catch my eyes like highs, I want your bodily surprise. Double down sometime, ice cream, you got me falling out like a cripple. I love you like I love my dick size. Ooh, baby, I miss you. Your sweet tender touches take pulls off the Duchess. Orgasm in my mind, stay masturbating your clutches. I want you for self like wealth, so play me closely. Bitches paranoia for this thing, who want the most of me? Only a hard dozen wanna be calling me cousin. Thirsty for my catalog, baby, shopping spree of loving. Call me if you wanna get dug like the pockets. I just am like a giant, break rooms out of the sockets.
Wu-Tang in the cut, for real niggas what? It's the after party, your bitches wanna fuck. Watch these rap niggas get all up in your guts. French vanilla, butter, pecan, chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes is getting touched. Scooped in the ice cream truck, who tears it up? Ice cold bitches melt down when in my clutch and want their titties sucked. Ice cream, yeah. Your guts, French vanilla, butter, pecan, chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes is getting touched. Scooped in the ice cream truck, who tears it up? Ice cold bitches melt down when in the clutch. They want their titties sucked. Ice cream. One love to my chocolate deluxes. Keep your nails done and your waist tight. Rolled up. One love to my butter pecan Ricans for calling me Poppy. That's for real. One love to caramel sundae with the cherries on top. Yeah. And big up to my French vanillas. Parlez-vous français, mi amour, merci, oui oui, bonbons and all that good stuff. That good stuff.
spliff a grind. Yes, y'all. OGCB double O be the best, y'all. East Swift be always representing for the West, y'all. Let me fill up on your shorty while breast, y'all. It ain't no test, y'all. Come on, bring it there. Take it there. We take it there. We take it there. We take it there. We about to take this shit there.
I'm pulling the evidence from all y'all faking ass presidents who claim that y'all community's clean and come from heaven, since you best to get. I done my face with all that yapping. I told you about that flapping, about shit that can't happen. I'm asking you to go on head with the bull. The y'all weed's good, but the green weed no good.
Man, niggas waited, so I'm so glad you all can make it. Strength freaking with the flow or either with my hair braided. Yo, I hate it when fake MCs make believe to be the bomb on the mic and get over with Mad G. Now Fat Five is like a household name. On the attack that was led by Sterain. Know me, keep it with number 2 and the OG. Hosby, on me like that glow on Obi-Wan Kenobi. Can't you see that when the storm's on the shelf, we totally crush LPs? So act 2 can you run to, but you won't escape from no one. Sterain's the shogun you all hate.
Flapping in my ear. Turn the TV on and you be flapping every year. Flapping all the time. Flapping about you, can't stop all the time.
Boy,
OGC, we build or destroy.
boy, OGC, we either build or destroy.
Do he dare think he will survive? Going against us like a gun 2 from Fat 5.
It was all a dream. It was all a dream.
It's the talented. It was all a dream, Big said. Now I dream catch, chilling on my steps, flesh. Headphones round my neck to death. It was 9-6, bumping funk flex. Mom's living check to check. Head in the clouds, wishing for fresh kicks. Live 2 doors down from around the way chick. Cool, clean cut, suburban kid. Look, high top fade, 2 parts in my head. Long gold chain, thoughts on the brain. Love the rap game, but since the slight change, a crying shame. But the prize I aim for, hide the pain, but rap crying the same song. Life's a shade off, a trade-off. Man, what you afraid of, what you made of. We bleed the same blood, love with the same love. But life's a bitch and sometimes full of shit, and it's all stained up. We balled on the same courts, ball stained a few rugs. Found me balled in the corner, feeling salty than a mug. It taught me not to rush, to walk, stand up. Now it's one for all, my nigga, all for one. I dream some.
It was all a dream.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Check, it's that groove. Yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yo. Ninth wonder. The time is now. The flow starts here. Long time coming, long road ahead. Feet beat the pavement, walk hand in hand. Friend to friend, love for the brother man like. It's tough on the sound scan. Times were hard, rough on the brown man. Crushed from the start, so part of my raw stance. Flaws and laws evolve from chance. Clutch this pen E, deliver a plan C, man, into the realm, please. Please. Look into the eyes of God, you may call him Allah, the Father Muhammad, they all the same being. This where the train leaves down to Georgia. Hands in the air, yeah, the crowd applauds him. Eyes on the prize, man, cries get softer. Try to stay alive, man, I march with caution. Rhyme often, offer a couple gems to lost men. Apart from what they taught them, cross the cotton fields of Charleston. A cold coffin, fear, man, I still march, man. Yeah, trouble coming fine, trouble on your mind, did it? It's better than a couple colored only signs, get it? This is what they got to hear. One life, one love, and then we outta here. Oh yeah, 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 check. It's act proof. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yo. Sundown, tell the people how you feel.
Yeah, it's art with no easel. Let me ease them in. See the evil's on the page from the pen. I'll play the part again. Now we're breaking down the language for the layman. So amazing. I'm saying what I never could have played for them. First they wouldn't listen, not for a second. Now they figure that I'm talking like I'm making bread, leaven, beckon. Understand man's mistakes when you're making yourself. Better felt than understood, an explanation helps. But you'll never get it. And expectations of yourself in the mirror. No fear when I'm next to my dear. The same place when the fog starts to clear and we appear like the image, something positive up here. Pretty clear with that Coretta stare. Plus the pretty hair flipped over your ear. Can't help but hear angels in the air when she's near. That's my lady. Be easy, baby. I got you without a problem.
Oh yeah. 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 Check. It's act proof. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yo. Check. It's act proof.
wanna say. This way is a water slide away from me that takes it further every day. To be cool. Say it ain't so. Your joke is a heartbreaker. Say it ain't so. My love is a life taker. Dear Daddy, I write you in spite of his silence. You cleaned up, found Jesus. Things are good. Also, I share this bottle of Stevens awakens ancient feelings. Like father, stepfather, the sun is drowning in the blood. Yeah, 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 Say it ain't so. Your drug is a heartbreaker. Say it ain't so. My love is a life taker. I'm packed and I'm holding, I'm smiling, she living, she golden, she lives for me. Says she lives for me, ovation, who will motivation. She comes round and she goes down on me, and I make you smile like a drug for you. Do ever what you wanna do, coming over you. Keep on smiling, what we go through. One stop to the rhythm that defines you, and I speak to you like the chorus to the verse. Drop another line like a coda with the curse. Coming like a freak show takes the stage. We give him the game, she plays. She say, I want something else to get me through this semi-time kind of life. Baby, baby, I want something else. I'm not listening when you say goodbye. The sky was gold, it was rose. I was taking sips of it to my nose, and I wish I could get back there, someplace back there, smiling in the pictures you would take. Doing crystal meth will lift you up until you break. It won't stop. I won't come down and keep stop with the tick-tock rhythm. I bumped for the drop and then I bumped up. I took the hit that I was given, then I bumped again, then I bumped again. And said, how do I get back there to the place where I fell asleep inside you? How do I get myself back to the place where you said I want something else to get me through this semi-time kind of life? Baby, baby, I want something else. I'm not listening when you say goodbye.
Three little birds sat on my window, and they told me I don't need to worry. Summer came like cinnamon, so sweet. Little girls double dutch on the concrete. Maybe sometimes you got it wrong, but it's alright. The more sipping tea in a bar by the roadside. Just relax, just relax. Don't you let those other boys fool you. Gotta love that afro hairdo. Maybe sometimes we feel afraid, but it's alright. The more you stay the same, the more they seem to change. Don't you think it's strange? Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You go ahead, let your hair down. Sapphire and faded jeans. I hope you get your dreams. Just go ahead, let your hair down. You're gonna find yourself somewhere, somehow. Drugs are more than I could take. Pity for pity's sake. Some nights kept me awake. I thought that I was stronger. When you gonna realize that you don't even have to try any longer? Do what you want to. Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You go ahead, let your hair down. Sapphire and faded jeans. I hope you get your dreams. Just go ahead, let your hair down. Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You go ahead, let your hair down. Sapphire and faded jeans. I hope you get your dreams. Just go ahead, let your hair down.
It may bring them hoes out. Red life bring them poles out. Pull up to the club with a bottle on me. I'm already sipping. Got 5 voicemails, I just left the bread. And my bitch, she already tripping. Blue just rolled a blunt. He like, bro, you good? I'm like, nah, bro, let me hit it. Puff, puff, drink, I don't wanna think. Groupies want a picture, groupies gotta wait. I'm in another zone, I'm in another zone. My girl getting on my nerves, I ain't going home. I don't got time for this shit. I don't got time for this bitch. Throwing ones like money growing trees. So when I look down, all I see is green. Never look for love in the strip club, but all the bartenders give me big hugs. Like, all the turnarounds, girl, where you think you going with that big butt? Brown water sipping in that big cup. My nigga butter only rolling big blood. Chill, Duke, you are not a tough guy. You're not the only one with a gun, guy. My hitters like shooting shit for fun, guy. Headshot, hit the boy one time. Do not come to Brooklyn with that nonsense. I used to bag to work in them apartments. Now I get a bag for a walkthrough. If you wanna book me, Big Savage, who you talk to? Why they making disses? I'm just making hits. Cause if it don't make dollars, it don't make no sense. This is chestnut checkers, learn the game, dude. But I just can't relate, cause that's what lames do. Big brown bone, she look like Beirut. She let me hit it out the park like I'm Beirut. Then I hit my Dougie, one pretty hoe. Bring that hill figure back and I'm jiggy though. Niggas know I'm hot, but they envy though.
It's the new free band. Put up, Illuminati. Don't play with the legacy, having more stripes than a referee, trapping the sport. Go back to the basics, connect with the zones, then we take out in New York. I'm leaving the scene, I'm peeping the scene. The Rari got too many horses. Hold out a scheme and turn off the demons. We make it run at the office. For Bentley coupe, I adapted. A lot of commas and dramas, I'm mad rich. 40 pointers on me like a bad bitch. Did my numbers, my coupe is a gadget. Who? 40. Ripping that bird like a maniac. Young nigga asking what's Annie at. Slide, what up, hell on that. I'm in the spot with a Grammy at. I been that nigga and hand me down. Numero uno millennium. Straight out the zoo like a Jimmy them. They lick up with strikers, gon' hit me them. I turn average bitch into a pop star. I'm in my glow, I had swagger, I've been one of none, y'all. When I was poor, cash on me, I cash out on China White and I can show it. Bashing me like I'm not a big dog. I just throw it on a scatty pack, Hunter, bitty ass. I just blow it. No ballistics, ain't suspicious. Fuck the witness, bad conditions. Grab a biscuit, don't be a statistic. Came off the mission, high definition. A boss, my left wrist a faucet. My ring cost is pink like an ostrich. I feel lost, this bitch got herself hostage. I done got exhausted, running through the money. Oh, hundreds, I need to spend cause they don't print them no more. Be a wanna go to court cause I won't fuck her no more. You not a wifey, I can't fall in love with no more. Stop doing Miley and the ecstasy, I'm right back on them. Cashmere special cloth, I got diamonds on. Bags of cash like I'm serving fentanyl. Killers walk with me, I don't need a bodyguard. I got all kind of hoes, international. Sandro, pay PJ.
You're not gonna believe this. This is really happening. Everybody stand up. Take Nina, Chino XL. Everybody it's like hell on one song. It's like the whole hell on one song. One stage, one hell, one song.
Instead of hard ass niggas, they bring women and they mimicking men again. When it's been, it's freaking feminine. Shit is sugar and cinnamon. This is hood and it's hinting adrenaline. Sinister sin again. Niggas diminishing, finishing punks. Let thy facts bet they eyelash. I clash with industry enemies. Kiss my ass. If you think you running with my cash, ain't no telling what kind of the calibers fly past. So whoop business, my loop's in it. So I'ma shoot when it's boosted it. My crew spit it like I'm all ruin that juice splitting. Now Cerami's necktie is loose fitted. Nina left him laying like a razor blade noose did it. Who's with it? Tech Nina and Chinos, Katrina, Flo Wreck and Kill Nemo. Best team up with lingo that'll bring us more chips than casinos. Now everyone's paid, maybe cause the guns played. Nina and Chino XL, one song, one stage.
It's like hell on one song. It's like the whole hell on one song. One stage, one hell, one smoke you like a detriment to the environment. While you stand in astonishment, wondering where the sun went. Abandonment and war, hesitant after the message I sent. You're praying that I'm Catholic and murder's what I'm giving up for Lent. The road that I'm traveling is sharper than a surgeon's scalpels. When your screams are deafening, I'm militant. Adam's apple tackling, acid affluent, fitting like a slave when he was shackled in. More beefing than even the IRS and Willie Nelson was in. Making the venomous cringe in the hell and the sin and misfortune. Torture scorching my skin, still injected into my skeleton. No embellishing, poison pen, prodigal, Protestant, modest and bothersome. Taino with a hatchet, walking in bloody moccasins. Been particularly partial to hide a harsh arsenal inside a sparse hospital. Spacey bars like Mars completely orbit you. Ain't a record company that can market you. Chino the narcissist, heartless hunter, I will carcass you. When God said let there be light, I said I got you, my nigga, tonight. But that's only cause you ass nice. My occupation, spit sick lyrics out of my mouth. I clocked in the job when I was 9 and I'm never clocking out. Face it, every verse Chino basically kills. So I stick to the script like an actor with no improvisational skills. Dude's mad that what I'm recording is more important than adopted an orphan or slick Rick being deported, or than bootleg Jordans you wore when you're touring Florida, falling for a foreigner whore in the Porsche. Now she extorted and you're sorry you can't get my warrior formula. You're too dumb screaming about money and bitches, nigga. You ain't got neither one. The verbal clergyman serving disturbing effects with permanent Terminex for ticks that's coming out the woodwork next. Cartridge spitter surviving the harshest Arctic winter, lethargic winter sinner still centered as one of God's incredible carnivorous critters. Sicker with the killer arts. Chino did for lyrics what the movie Jaws did for sharks. Lyrical Jesus and Tech 9's fast promo pass logo. Y'all rappers are mad homo Cas Bonos. It's like hell on one song. It's like the whole hell on one song. One stage, one hell, one song. It's like hell on one song. It's like the whole hell on one song. One stage, one hell, one song.
It's Windy City style. It's Windy City style. My man Panic from the moment on the beat.
I'ma send this one out to my man, Mr. Greenweeds, from the old school Unison crew. This is how we do Windy City style. It's Windy City style, now check it. When brothers who was once real get a record deal, they poetry and prose start switching like hoes. Those who was once skilled try to go commercial, while other imbeciles attempt to immerse you in fictional narratives that ain't that imperative, about things they never done and ways that they'll never live. While I work hard to keep my 9 to 5, cause I never relied on keeping rhymes to survive. Why not? So rappers start thinking about selling units. That's when they fall victim to stale influence. Niggas be lying, cause they too lazy to do for theyself. Relying on true shady, scheme for wealth. And plus they got a baby and can't even help self, they see it or they lady. It's crazy cause the same nigga chasing the dollar won't even consider the lifestyle of a scholar. But to escape the squalor, he'll sell lala and wallabies and open up his blocks 20 a beauty parlor. He's a sucker. Infatuated with America. For Lucci, all my children play they self like Erica. I lyrically box brothers who be on the box cutters can't even nick. When I kick the 1-2 and the son is magic, but tragic. The way you ride the Johnson, like Bailey on the mic, I'ma dust you with the daily. See, a rhyme should be designed to make a brother use his mental and force hip hop to reach his fullest potential. Still dummies come simple like Langston Hughes. I watch him kneel like Zora and time like Cruz. It's okay, you ain't got to live a life of thugs. It's okay, you ain't got to rhyme about selling drugs. It's okay, you ain't got to fit the commercial niche. It's okay, you ain't got to call your sister no bitch. It's okay, you ain't got to play the role of the fool. It's okay, you can be dope, still finish school. It's okay, you ain't got to glorify what's wrong. It's okay, you ain't got to sample R&B songs. All these half-pint niggas is followers. They can never measure up to a leader. They be the same sorry Negroes who try to convey that it's all good. Nah, brother, it's just okay. Now on the mic, like a leper, I leave people petrified. Ripper rappers reppin' pride. Tell them step aside. Brothers running while we rushing like Pushkin. Attack like a push pin. I push pins across the paper, but DB dodging the dotted, making grants. But holding off on the Hancock, getting grants and building up a fan block. Hardcore heads who die to see the man rock. So should a sucker dare step to oppose us, the crowd might stone him to death like Moses. Who would kick a nigga smack dead and the ass crack for trying to attack with you gas wisecracks? But me, I just battle back with lyrical technique, more deadly than ass kids. So let the text speak. The capital can't cap capitals, capital. So capital gains and maintains a rapid flow. A currency changing hands within the community. Now currently polygram is Sony suing me, but I passed the polygraph. These labels ain't screwing me. D ain't polygamous, too polemic for politics. A Sodom and gonorrhea would burn like Sodom and Gomorrah. So we ain't a hoarder companies for no water. Underground and independent, I'm the direct descendant of the first pioneer, while suckers perspire fear, hoping that they get resigned for the next year. I stay at least a leg up on them like a pap smear. Don't even rap near. Capital T, you best to stand clear. It's okay, you ain't got to live a life of crime. It's okay, you ain't gotta be a sucker to rhyme. It's okay, you ain't gotta dance in your videos. It's okay, you ain't gotta chill with $2 hoes. It's okay, you ain't gotta holler out, keep it real. It's okay, you can be dope and kick what you feel. It's okay, you ain't gotta wish that you was a star. It's okay, all you gotta do is be who you are. It's okay, y'all. It's okay. It's okay. You ain't gotta live the life of thugs. You ain't gotta rhyme about selling drugs. You ain't gotta fit a commercial niche. And you ain't gotta call your sister no bitch. You ain't gotta play the role of a fool. You can be dope and still finish school. You ain't gotta glorify what's wrong. And you ain't gotta sample R&B songs. It's the man Panic from the Moment crew. Yeah, it's okay. Peace out to my man PNS. And this goes out to my man Mr. Greenweeds. Also shouting out to my man Discover. Also from the old school Unison crew. You and I, son, always. Mad love out to my man Kevin Beacom.
My man Sean, Larry Mondragon, the 312, Jesse De La Pena, the Elbow, and everywhere. Of course, I always give a love to JP Chill.
That's why no one will remember your name.
My squad is real and holds it down the hardest, regardless. Hardest.
Real shit, don't make her feel shitty. Real shit gon' hit hard regardless. Hit hard regardless.
You ain't really real, I can tell when I look at you.
Real shit gon' hit hard regardless. I'm on the edge, I live off the margins. You'll never see me beg like your pardon. When I was young, we lived off the bargains. You know the squadron, this ain't a game, no. I taught Elon Musk how to flamethrow. Game show, the shot you'll get it. Coronavirus, anybody can get it. I'll put a shell in a man if you disrespect. You just a shell of a man, like a silhouette. You don't get it yet, I ain't rapping for you. I got different bars like a patent lawyer. Peep the delivery, you can't see me. I'm ahead of my time like a damn preemie. They program your mind with the damn TV, so I'm over your head like a damn beanie.
My squad is real and holds it down the hardest, regardless. Hardest.
Real shit, don't make her feel shitty. Real shit gon' hit hard regardless. Hit hard regardless.
You ain't really real, I can tell when I look at you.
Yo, this the realest shit I ever wrote. Overlooked as the GOAT, cause I don't ever gloat. I kick facts on facts, I don't ever quote. Rappers is clowns, their careers are even better joke. Gotta measure dope on a truck scale. Every song is coke, I gotta upsell. Every song I wrote so I could duck jail. Every word you feel, so now you touch braille. I'm a tough sale to the casual fan, but turn hip-hop heads to a radical stand. Mathematical plan, the way I make sound. Every rap's an equation you gotta break down. Only fractures of rap is gonna keep it real. The numerators of rap, part of the evil wheel. Curating the trap to sign an evil deal. Denominators gon' stunt like Knievel wheel.
Squad is real and holds it down the hardest, regardless. Hardest.
Real shit, don't make her feel shitty. Real shit gon' hit hard regardless. Hit hard regardless.
You ain't really real, I can tell when I look at you.
Cause I can bag it. Yes, up there. Bitch, my heart cold. My last name Moncler. My pockets fat swole. No, I don't eat pearls. Ain't trapping, ain't dead. These niggas just queer. I'm sipping color purple syrup. Ballin' hard just like the beard. Yeah, and Larry Bird, I'm shooting shit. I know you heard. 10 toes never in no herd. Nigga, I call shots, you heard. Money talking, what's the word? What's up? Hey, I pray but don't go to church. Don't ask me to spit a verse. Can't trust no hoe, that's devil word. Yeah, I know the devil work. And I know that nobody's perfect. Still can't trust a bitch for certain. For real though. Yeah, bitch, I'm in my bag. Yeah, bag, bitch. I just made a bag. Yeah, bag, bitch. I just made a bag. Yeah, bag, bag of big bag. Yeah.
addiction for this cash, yo. I got a real ambition for this cash, yo. 13 years old with a shoebox stash, yo. I'm always up to something, never sitting on my ass. Yeah, nigga, I got a real addiction for this cash, yo. I got a real ambition for this cash, yo. 13 years old with a shoebox stash, yo. I'm always up to something, never sitting on my ass.
cigarette out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a red room, lit a cigarette out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. I got a red room, lit a cigarette out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelids, and I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I got a red room, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a red room, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelids, and I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. Ooh, I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelids. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I got a red room, it is a red out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a red room, it is a red out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a red room, it is a red out when the sun sets in my bedroom.
With the trap, in love with the racks. Gunshots circle back, now I'm running the track. The game kinda dirty, but it's stunning in fact. I stay 10 toes down, now we running it back. See, I love this shit, I love to grit. Hold you tight all night, yeah, I hug the strip. You'll never meet the one at the club and shit. Watch out for nurses wearing scrubs and shit. That's cold, don't let the ops mask and glove your shit. I'm direct, only connect with the plug and shit. I can't pretend that I'm really all above this shit. Just hold me down, ride with me till this one's legit. Let's go. I cannot pretend that you love me. Oh baby, can I be alone? So sorry, so sorry.
I've been feeling down, honey. Rapping is a joy, but amounts to something more. You don't gotta lie, honey. Let me make a move, bring a vibe, maybe set the mood. Don't you wanna grind with me? The past is the past, but the now is the present. I'll show you what I'm about, honey. Don't you forget that you're always enough. I cannot pretend
You in tune to the biggest colored show on earth. The Mystery Show, nigga. I can't afford to not record, so I call my nigga Crisis, tell him hit the boards. Then I call Tay, put the pedal to the floor. Before we do the shop, gotta stop by the store. I'm on my knees, gotta go to the Lord. Dear Father, I pray to you, these niggas gon' pay for it. All them times that I win, ignored. So what? It wasn't 20, but still I scored. My heart still scorned and my mind is focused. So this serves as a warning to protest. Any verse dispersed is sicker than the first, and it's no treatment for this disorder. Carolina's #1 reporter. A nigga who's back with a vengeance better run for the border. Or head for the hills or duck and seek cover. Who else gon' make it hot this summer? It's LB, nigga. They can't stop me, no, they can't stop me. They keep playing, keep saying I'm cocky. They keep trying, but too tired to top me. Their best bet is to fall back and watch me.
They can't stop me, dog, they can't stop me. They keep playing, keep saying I'm cocky. They keep trying, but too tired to top me. Their best bet is to fall back and watch me. Ain't no need in getting teary-eyed. Tay's the illest, point blank, period. Plus I got niggas in DC that'll hit you for 3 G's and a box of yums carry out. Outlook looking scary now. They was frontin' before, but now they seeing that we serious. This ain't a peace talk, so motherfucker say your sweet talk for reservations at the Marriott. They say birds of a feather often flock together, but me and Big Pooh rock together. And if not forever, I'ma reach to the sky and keep flying high like we got propellers. Goddamn, y'all boys doing it, they stop to tell us. And if God propel us to the top, I won't go pop. No need to act a fool in public, cause when you ego trip, you just lose your luggage. And well, I ain't got no time to play with ya. I'm Fonte, international stage ripper, done made friends and made figures while you stuck on the front porch mad like you fixing the shade, mister. That's reality, so color me purple. My name and history, nigga, that's all I work for. Better keep it moving like the laws of inertia. For these Carolina boys come hurt you, better tell them about it.
They can't stop me, no, they can't stop me. They keep playing, keep saying I'm cocky. They keep trying, but too tired to top me. Their best bet is to fall back and watch me.
They can't stop me, dog, they can't stop me. They keep playing, keep saying I'm cocky. They keep trying, but too tired to top me. Their best bet is to fall back and watch me.
And now the Minstrel Show is proud to present
Fonte, Big Pooh, knife, wonder y'all.
Crisis on the boards with the heat. Just to sleep.
Fuck that, I got your head still bobbing and my verse getting rhymes.
Check it out.
And to my man, Rapper Pooh, Justice League.
Yo, Spencer. Yo, Spencer, what up, my nigga?
Yo, Tucker, is that you, my nigga?
Yo, what's up? What's going on, my nigga?
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Just chilling, man. That's money, you know, being me, T-Hawk. Cause if you take out the dash, I'm a dog. What's up?
Tucker, what are you doing on this side of town?
Not shit, man. Just came from a taping of the Minstrel Show.
Oh, word?
Nice beats was hot.
Yeah.
Tay's rhymes were hot.
Yeah.
But that other dude, man, I always forget his
Couch?
fucking. Man, it's Big Puff or something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, man, I don't even know. I think he's just Tay's cousin anyway.
Yeah, that might be it.
Anyway, he's the weakest link, man. Definitely the wackest out the trio. In fact, man, I actually heard that nigga got dropped.
Life like, this is what your life like. Try to live the life right. People really know you push your buttons like type right. This is like a movie, but it's really very lifelike. Every single night, right? Every single fight, right? I was looking at the gram and I don't even like lights. I was screaming at my daddy, told me it ain't Christ-like. I was screaming at the referee, just like Mike. Looking for a bright light. Seagull, what your life like? Riding on a white bike, feeling like a sight bike. Pressing on the gas, supernova for a night light. Screaming at my dad and he told me it ain't Christ-like. But nobody never tell you when you're being like Christ. Only ever seeing me, only when they need me. Like if Tyler Perry made a movie for BT, searching for a deity. Now you wanna see it free, now you wanna see it free. Let you see it 3 apiece. Tell me what your life like, turn it down a bright light. Driving with my dad and he told me it ain't Christ-like. I'm just trying to find, I've been looking for a new way. I'm just really trying not to really do the next though? Not another word, let a picture or a decimal. Wrestling with God, I don't really wanna rest, so man, it's really lifelike. Everything in my life, arguing with my dad, and he said it ain't Christ-like. Man. You know it's like somebody only close to could get you like off your. I be on my. I woke up this morning, I said my prayers, I'm all doing good. I try to talk to my dad, get him some advice. He starts spazzing on me. Spazzing and he said they ain't Christ-like.
If I were a laughing slug, I would reach out with the blue rose of bells, wrapping myself around you high up in the treetops. We could get lost in our lust. Ooh, us. If I were a seahorse, I'd only dance around you underneath the green water. I could fill you up, you could be my daddy, yeah. We could get lost in our lust. Oh. And today there's a plan for me to do, for me Yesterday I was feeling awfully low, but today I know what I need to know. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, I have no fear, 'cause I got still here, standing tall or trying. I waver at times. I love you, and today, on this day, I am holding on to you. And today, there's a plan for me to do. Yesterday, I was feeling awfully blue, but today I know what I need to do. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, I have no fear, 'cause I got you, 'cause I got you brought me out of the darkest night. I don't know what is in store for me. Just tell me sweet things and I'll be okay. I'll be okay. But I know we're gonna make it through this time. Make it through this time. You brought me out of the darkest night. I don't know what is in store for me. Just tell me sweet, just tell me sweet things and I'll be okay. Just tell me sweet things and I'll be okay. Come, let me kiss you right there. Wake you up like sunrise on the backs of your thigh. I'm gonna pray you this prayer that I keep in my mind as a lovely reminder. Even though you tell me you love me, I'm afraid that you just love my disguise. Taste my fears and light your candle to my raging fire. A broken desire, but don't judge gon' sing this with you. Tattoo your love on my heart. Let the rumors be true. Even though you tell me you love me, I'm afraid that you just love my disguise. Taste my fears and light your candle to my raging fire. Your dirty desire, but don't judge me. I know I got issues, but they drown when I kiss you. Don't judge me. That time in the ocean, recognize my devotion. What if I touched you right there? Even though you say that you love me, isn't me until you love my disguise? If I missed you, would you think I was lonely? If I say what's on my mind, even though you say that you love me, isn't me until you love my disguise? If I kissed you, would you think I was lonely? If I let you inside? Come let me kiss you right there. What if I kissed you right there? Would you tremble inside, or just call it a night? What if I gave you a show? You could touch if you like. Right there. If I kissed you, would you think I was lonely? If I feel so good. Come let me kiss you right there. You say
Yeah. She from the soul.
I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming. I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming.
They call me lyrical Jesus, but don't make me get evil. If I put my hands on you, it won't be to heal you. Sometimes I'm hoping that this this life is just a bad dream, cause I done seen things that make a dead nigga scream. Where you been at? I'm questioned by my peers, but even Shakespeare disappeared for 7 years, then returned with the greatest work that a playwright ever did. So counting Gino out really is not a bright idea. Manuel Barbosa, meet your son. I'm half Chalino Sanchez, half Big Pun. And as a shorty, they would call me Chino Action. Was 10 years old at Def Jam trying to battle run. 11 years old in the juvenile cell. Lyrically already, you couldn't tell me I was an LL. I never failed, I'm still a hell of a writing machine. Chino raises stakes like Van Helsing.
I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming. I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming.
I'm like the Pope, kiss the ring. How can I be anything else with so many tendencies for king? I'm like a veteran from Vietnam. My mind's numb at time, my grind shock you like electricians with sweaty palms. I met Gil Scott Heron on a long flight. He said, brother, you the type to make writers wanna go and write. How can I leave something I do so well? I'm tired, my eyes glowing red like jewels from hell. The hotel, sleepless nights, the need for rifle power. More parasites than you can see from top of Eiffel Tower. They see my ego put me out of history. I'm so conceited, I'm jealous when people envy me. That's crazy. I ain't scared to die, I'm very moody. Everybody gotta go sometime like jury duty. But why try me? Even with all them Chinese katas you try to master, you can't Tai Chi. No.
I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming. I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming.
You know Chino from the Wake Up Show, the records I told you so, and Poison Pen and Classic here to save you all. You ain't even a factor. The matter of fact, I'ma mow your block down like I drive a John Deere tractor. Haters feel the threat, cause the muscularity of Chino when in action figures anatomically correct. Everybody likes to rattle a lion's cage, but no one wants to go in alone when his razors are displayed. Afraid of long scars, then with it as Chumley on Porn Stars. Still special like 50 Tyson's report card. All this Vicodin and Jack Daniels and Valiums. Bout it, blow them promos up, it's time to drop these albums. If I don't make it and I'm decomposing in the box, my influence lives on. I just won't be there to watch. Say he was the illest when he picked up that pen, and judge me by my enemies as well as my friends. Gone.
I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming. I know I can be a little hard to deal with, so I stay high as I can be to get through the day without screaming.
Living off borrowed time, the clock tick faster. That'll be the hour they knock the slick blaster. Dick Dastardly and Muttley with sick laughter. A gunfight and they come to cut the mix master. ICE Cole, nice to be old. Y2G Steve twice to threefold. He sold scrolls, low and behold. Know who's the illest ever, like the greatest story told. Keep your glory gold and glitter. For half of his niggas to take him out the picture. The other half is rich and it don't mean shit to villain. A mixture between both with a twist of liquor. Chasing with more beer. Tasting like truth for dear. When he at the mic, it's like the place get like, oh yeah. It's like they know what's about to happen. Just keep your eye out like I capping. Is he still a fly guy clapping if nobody ain't hear it? And can they testify from in the spirit? And living the true gods, giving y'all nothing but the lick like two broads. Got more lyrics than the church got ooh lords. And they hold the mic in your attention like two swords. Either that, or either one with two blades on it. Hey you, don't touch the mic like it's AIDS on it. Yeah, it's like the end to the means. Fuck type of message that sends to the fiends. That's why he bring his own needles and get more cheese than Doritos, Cheetos, or Fritos. Slip like Freudian, your first and last step to playing yourself like accordion. When he at the mic, you don't go next. Leaving pussy cats like why hoes need Kotex. Exercise index won't need Bowflex and won't take the one with no skinny legs like Joe Tex. Dripping off the meat grinder, heat niner, pimpin', strippin', soft, sweet minor. China was a neat sign of trouble with the script digits, double dip, bubble lip, subtlest midget. Borderline schizo, sorta fine, tits though, porter wine, order grind, 8:45, let's go. Ever since 10-11, glad she made a brethren. Then it's last down, 7 alligator, 7 at the gates of heaven, knocking, no answer, slow dancer, hopeless romancer, dopest flow stanzas, yes, no, villain, metal face to destro, guess so, still incredible in escrow. Just say ho, I'll test the yayo. Wild West style fest, y'all best to lay low. Hey bro, day glow, set the bet, pay dough before the cheddar get away, best to get Mako. The worst hated god who perpetrated odd favors demonstrated in the perforated rod lavers. In all quad flavors, large savers. Still back in the game like Jack LaLanne. Think you know the name, don't rack your brain. On a fast track to half sane, either in a slow beat or that the speed or at the cane. Ladder, pain, throwing songs lit in the booth with the best host, doing bong hits on the roof in the West Coast. He's at it again, mad at the pen, glad that we win. A tad fat in a bad hat for men. Grind the cinnamon, Manhattan warmongers. You can find the villain in satin, gungas. The van screeches, the old man preaches about the gold sand beaches. The cold hand reaches for the old tan Elises.
What do we do now, honey? Now that we know how to love, shall we start again? Now that we've played the game, now that we've changed the name tune in tomorrow, what did we do then? Lover, did we throw it all away? Where did we fit in with fate? Shall we start again? On one thin line between such love and hate.